Hey, welcome to the premiere episode of the Pop Culture Playoffs. Tonight, with your help, we will be determining the all-time greatest Nintendo game. So this show is going to be very interactive. If this is your type of thing, if you like NES games, this will be the show for you. I'm your host, the J-Man, the Stream King, the Hot Take Hitman. It's me, Jay Juggernaut. And tonight, here's what we're going to be doing. We have brackets already made of the 64 best Nintendo games of all time. We have 4 regions. We have 16 seeds in each region. We will be going through each individual matchup, and we will be deciding a winner of each matchup with your help. So in chat, please put in the comments the number of the matchup you'd like to win. So, for example, that first one, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out versus American Gladiators, you would type in 1 or 16, or you can type in the name of the game, and we will have that information, and that'll help us determine the winner of that matchup. Also, if you like or subscribe to the channel, you will get to pick an individual matchup by yourself. So since we were talking about Nintendo, I knew I had to get my main man on the show. So let me introduce my co-host. He is the Viceroy of Vocabulary, the Mad Hatter of Witty Banter, the voluptuous vampire of photovoltaic panels. It's Blasted Maestro. Maestro, how you doing today, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. I'm excited to be here with you today, Jay. Man, this is a subject near and dear to my heart. I love NES games. I love NES games. I've been pumping those ever since it seems like I've been alive, and there's a lot of interesting matchups here, so we're definitely going to need some help from everyone, all of you out there, to help us pump your favorites.
And little known fact, you have all 64 of these Nintendo games, don't you?
I do. I have pretty much every single NES game ever made, over 700 of them. And I haven't pumped as many of them as I'd like to. In fact, I especially pumped as in played some of these games specifically for this show here, so that we can have a learned, objective stance on some of these games. When we discussed these games earlier, we haven't played it, and we just kind of made some subjective calls on them, which were pretty funny. But we're happy to be here. We got everything set up, and with the help of everyone out there, we are going to pick a national champion.
You are so dedicated to the craft. You have spent hours and hours scouring the internet for games, looking for the correct games to put into this tournament. And I listened to none of that, and I put in the games I wanted to. And now we are listening to your opinion, because you really are the expert. That's why you're the maestro. We have 64 games lined up. We will be going through these matchups. And again, users in the chat, please put in the comments. Let us know what you think of each matchup and help us determine a winner.
That's right.
Maestro, are you ready to go?
Oh, am I so ready?
Were you born ready?
I was born in a state of infancy, mostly.
Do you remember your own birth?
Since I'm the voluptuous vampire of photovoltaic panels, are you talking about my human birth or my undead birth?
Oh, you're now you're scaring me.
Ooh, okay, well.
Let's get to the first matchup. So we are going to the Power Glove region, where we have the number 1 seed, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, versus the number 16 seed, American Gladiators. So 2 very, very different games. 2 games that that's like the perfect first round matchup, because these 2 are nowhere near the same equivalent in popularity on Nintendo. But first is Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. 1990, 94% on computer and video games, and IGN's Top 100, 7th overall. Maestro, do you remember? Obviously you do, but do you remember Mike Tyson's Punch-Out?
I think I do remember Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, mostly because I played the hell out of it for
you did.
All throughout my childhood, and revisiting it again when I was, a little bit older, and then revisiting it again, and just like a couple of months ago and a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, I have pretty fond memories of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. I've never beaten Mike Tyson, though. I have to work on that.
How about Glass Joe? Did you beat him?
Glass Joe was pretty satisfying to beat Glass Joe. It's I don't know why, but when he's like dancing around there, I always thought he had like poop in his pants when I was little because there's that like stain in between
Yeah,
his legs.
it is a little bit of a diaper.
Because
Yeah, he's wearing a little bit of a diaper.
look how
You're
scared
punching
he
him.
is. I don't any official boxes out there. Is it against the rules to poop your pants before a match? As and just like keep it in your boxing trunks and to give you any
Right?
strategic advantage?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that would help in any way whatsoever. I guess maybe it would scare the other guy off and be
No,
like,
you
I
don't
quit.
know. It might scare him. It might throw him off his game a little bit.
I'm not going to fight this guy. I think he's got poop in his drawers.
Man, Poopy Pants Tyson or Poopy Pants Glass Joe.
Oh. So this obviously, I know we're kidding right now, but this is a great game. This is a number 1 seed for a reason, and it is going up against the number 16 seed American Gladiators. This, in fact, is not a great game. It's a very mediocre game. 60% by all game. IGN's top 100. Unsurprisingly, it was not ranked. So this was an okay game. Any brief memories of American Gladiators as a child?
Yes. As I mentioned before, the biggest memory I have is the scream that is exuded from your pathetic dude as he is just manhandled and pugiled off the platform there.
Okay. Get that scream ready.
We got
Get ready.
the scream. You actually have audio with the scream?
Let me see.
Oh my god! That is horrifying. That guy is dead. That guy's dead.
That is a pretty brutal scream. He was definitely feeling that Q-tip, that giant Q-tip he took to the noggin.
That's the only reason I played this game was just to knock people up there and listen to that death scream. Good Lord.
So the scream was withstanding. This is not a great game. This was not it wasn't even that much of a fun game. You'd play it for a little while, but I'm gonna say this is probably gonna be a blowout. So in chat, guys, please let us know Mike Tyson's Punch Out or American Gladiators. Type in 1 for Tyson. Type in 16 for American Gladiators. I think I know where you stand on this one, but let me weigh in first. I'm obviously gonna pick Mike Tyson's Punch Out with a knockout.
Yeah, this is like North Carolina versus Charlotte here. This is, and I might be lowballing Charlotte, but this is a classic 1-16 matchup here. Mike Tyson easily pumps American Gladiators.
All right, unless we have an objection in the chat, I guess Tyson
up the scream there to knock American Gladiators off.
All right, American Gladiators is going home, people. We have our first matchup of the day, and Tyson's Punch Out is moving on to the second round with a knockout. Ooh. American Gladiators, thank you for coming. All right. So next we have the number 8 seed in the Power Glove region, Blaster Master, versus the number 9 seed, Gradius. Okay, so this is an interesting 8-9 matchup. These games are very similar rated, and we have a decision to make, people. What are we going to do with this matchup? Blastin' Maestro, let me go to you first. Let's start with Blaster Master. Do you remember Blaster Master, and what did you think of it?
Blastin' Maestro does remember Blaster Master. That was one of the first games that Blastin' Maestro pumped on the NES was Blaster Master.
This was one of the first games you ever played?
Yeah, I remember this one. There was like a collection of the first games I played. Blaster Master was one of them. Wizards and Warriors was another one, and obviously the pack-in title of Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt, which we'll see them later on. This game is interesting in that it was different. The story was completely different in Japan. And in Japan, it had more of an anime-esque story where the main character is avenging his father, who was a scientist that invented, I believe, the tank, and the world was called Sophia 2, but in the United States, they thought that that's an anime story wouldn't resonate with American audiences, so they switched it around.
That's funny.
Yeah, right. Nowadays, that would be silly because everyone is in America is crazy for anime, including me. But anyway, so they changed the story around where instead of Sophia 2 being the planet, Sophia 2 is now the name of the tank. And the bad guy is very obscure. But anyway, so it starts off the dude, he goes out of his house chasing his pet frog, whose name is Fred. And Fred jumps down into a hole, and Fred gets mutated into some gigantic monster. Dude finds the tank and the suit in the hole just laying there, and then that's where the adventure starts. He's instead of going to avenge your father, you're going to find your pet mutated frog, which I even back then that's a silly story, but when you're a kid, you didn't care about the stories. You just cared about, is it fun? Does it control well? Do you feel powerful? Do you get upgrades? And those are all a yes for this game. So that's what made it fun to me. And driving around in a tank shooting at things is fun.
Obviously, and it is your background. It is your origin story. Blaster Master became Blast and Maestro, so you're a little bit biased towards
Yeah,
this
it's
game.
just a different language. The master.
Okay, so All Game gave it 4.5 out of 5. IGN's top 100, it came in a 22nd place. So a very solid effort out of Blaster Master, and it is going up against the number 9 seed, Gradius. So Gradius was made by Konami, 90% by Computer and Video Games. IGN's top 100, 34th overall. So, and it sold, as you can see on the cover, it sold over 1 million copies in Japan, which that sounds like a lot. So Maestro, Gradius, what do you think?
Well, Gradius is another great release from Konami. It's sort of like a twin to Life Force, and I believe in one of the other shows I got them mixed up. But the power-up structure is the same, where you would get a power-up ball, a blinking ball, and those little things on the bottom there would light up. Like you got one, speed would light up, and if you want to upgrade your speed, you would select that. But if you want a missile upgrade, you would have to collect another power-up ball to advance that to the missile. So there was a bit of strategy in how you upgraded, which was pretty fun. And in this game, you do feel powerful as you upgrade. But the fun fact of this game is that this is the origin of the famous Konami code, or as all of us 80s kids came to know it, the Contra code, because that's what made it famous. But it started in this game because one of the programmers that was testing this game wasn't good enough to get very far. So he programmed a cheat in this game where it unlocked all the power-ups, and when it was released, they forgot to take that out. And it stayed in there and just became ubiquitous and famous ever since, not just across video games, but across pop culture in general. So
Definitely.
that game, or that's in itself, kind of boosts this game up for me. But as far as just the raw playing pleasure of it, I don't know. I might have to give it to Blaster Master.
Okay, so it was fun, but was it great? Yes.
Gradiest?
See what I did there?
Was it Goodiest?
Was it the greatest? Okay, so chat, we're gonna need your help on this one. This is a close matchup. 8 for Blaster Master and 9 for Gradius. So Blast and Maestro, I think you kind of tipped your hand there. You're definitely leaning 8 with Blaster Master, correct?
I am. I think I'm gonna cast my vote for Blaster Master.
Okay. So Gradius is the prequel to Life Force. So Life Force is the sequel. I think Life Force is also a little bit better. And so in that regards, Blaster Master was unique. It helped spawn my co-host. So I have to give the love to Blaster Master.
Maybe I was the kid that jumped down the hole.
Were you looking for your mutated frog? Was that you?
I had to kill my mutated frog in a tank. You think that felt good? I had to shoot it in the mouth with a laser beam.
They kidnapped your dad and nobody cared. But if they kidnap my frog, it's all over.
That's right. They kidnapped my dad. I had daddy issues, so I was like, I'll just keep the house and my frog, and that'll be done. But then my frog ran away, and I'm like, oh hell no!
Oh no, this is not happening.
Then I just killed a bunch of things in a tank and shot my frog in the face.
How dare you? Your dad was fine though. Dad was fine.
Twice.
Okay, so Frog Smasher. Okay, so
Yeah.
type in Frog Smasher. Type in Frog Smasher for Blaster Master and type in Gradius for Gradius.
Yeah, Frog
Okay,
Smasher.
so we have Blaster Master moving through and an exciting matchup in the second round of Tyson's Punch Out. Can Mike Tyson's Punch Out knock out Blaster Master? See what I did there?
I do.
Yeah.
It was like a pun.
Dude, there is going to be so many puns. This is going to be a puntacular episode, I
Or
believe.
would that be alliteration? I think that was alliteration.
Uh-oh. That is why you are the viceroy of vocabulary, sir.
But I'm not a full Roy yet.
No,
I'm just the vice.
you're getting there. Okay, so the next game matchup we have is number 5, Ninja Gaiden versus number 12, Snake Rattle and Roll. So number 5 seed Ninja Gaiden, 1989, made by Tecmo, 76% from GameSpot, and IGN's Top 100, 17th overall. So pretty impressive. A number 5 seed. What are your thoughts on Ninja Gaiden or just the franchise in general?
All right, so let me start off by saying I love Ninja Gaiden. So it's tough for me to be objective about Ninja Gaiden and against Snake Rattle and Roll. But that being said, what do I want to say about Ninja Gaiden? Man, it's just good.
It's just good. That is the insight you come to us for, guys. It's just good. You don't have to go in depth. It's just good.
Well, pumping down the minutia of Ninja Gaiden, it does have the reputation of being very difficult, and that it is. There's a lot of practice and trial and error with this game, and if you learn to master the spin, I think it's called the spin attack, and it's totally overpowered. You just got to keep that. And there's a couple other tricks called I think slash hacking, where you jump, press up, and you can sort of hack your slashes to be faster. There's a learning curve to this game, but it's really fun, and the satisfaction you get by beating the last boss in this game. There's nothing that quite comes close to this. Again, speed running of this game is very healthy. I forget the guy that has the record. I think I've watched him pump through this game. But this game was one of the games that was featured in the movie The Wizard too. And funny thing, that's where a lot of kids learned how Ninja Gaiden was pronounced. When you were a kid, you saw that it looked like Ninja Gaiden. And Ninja Gaiden, fun fact, in Japanese means like side story. So ninja side story.
Oh,
and this was called something else in Japan, and for the life of me, I can't remember what it was. I could dig it up, and the cutscenes in this game were actually pretty fantastic too.
That's because it was made by Tecmo, bro.
Yes.
Tecmo knows what they're doing.
Oh, okay. I know the setup there.
We'll just see if any other Tecmo games are in the tournament, sir.
It has a almost noir detective-esque feel to it with the cutscenes, the side perspective, how they were, I want to say, shot or composed. Ryu Hayabusa loves to say "what the" a lot. I think in a lot of the cutscenes, "what the," and for being a ninja, he sure gets snuck up on a lot in the cutscenes.
Well, yes.
I think what's her name that he ends up saving, like, shoots him in the back with a tranquilizer. It's like, dude, you're supposed to be a ninja.
Well, it was Ninja Gaiden 1. He learned from that, and in Ninja Gaiden 2 and 3, you think people were sneaking up on him? I don't think so.
This was, Ninja Gaiden 3, I think, was a prequel to Ninja Gaiden.
There you go, throwing logic back in my face. How dare you?
Well, we need to make Ninja Gaiden Origins when he was like sort of a Naruto-esque shinobi growing up and getting sand kicked in his face,
Imagine how many people were sneaking up on him back then.
He probably got snuck up on a lot.
They were sneaking and sneaking. Okay, so Ninja Gaiden up against Snake Rattle and Roll. So let's look at some of this footage. Now, this game looks really weird. I'm assuming you're building up, you're collecting pieces and you're adding them to you.
That's what it looks like to me. I've actually never played Snake Rattle and Roll, but I know a lot of people.
Did you rattle or roll with this one?
I rattled, I think.
You briefly rattled on this one?
There was a lot of rattling going on.
No snaking. There was definitely no snaking.
Yeah. I never collected body parts to add to my head.
What was up? Yeah, what was up with that foot? There's just a giant foot. He's trying to step on you.
Oh, that's the whole NES. In the NES world, any obnoxious, ubiquitous thing can be a bad guy. A foot,
Oh,
a
okay.
pair of shoes, a dead cat,
Hmm.
musical notes. I mean, anything.
So
And this is
those evil feet, people. What are we gonna do? Is Snake Rattle and Roll going to advance? It got 32nd place in IGN's top 100, 3.5 out of 5 from all game. So again, the matchup is number 5 seed Ninja Gaiden versus the number 12 seed Snake Rattle and Roll. Please post in the chat. Do you want 5 or 12? Gaiden or Snake Rattle and Roll? Let me start with you, Maestro. What do you think?
Well, I'm gonna cast my vote for Ninja Gaiden.
Okay, so I agree with you. It's going to make for better content if we argue more, but Ninja Gaiden is going to hack and slash its way right through Snake Rattle and Roll.
It's gonna spin slash its way.
It's spin slashed its way to the second round.
Yes, Snake Rattle and Roll could not sneak up behind Ryu Hayabusa.
Oh, but we have some other games that will be meeting him in the second round, possibly. We're going on to the next matchup in the Power Glove region. Number 4 seed Bionic Commando versus the number 13 seed Blades of Steel. So Capcom versus Konami. This is exciting. Okay, so Bionic Commando. I know this is a personal favorite of yours, so I don't know if you can remain objective, but just tell me why Bionic Commando was so great.
Am I going to have to recuse myself from this matchup?
No. We want your opinion, and then we will choose if we listen to it or not.
So we reject your reality and substitute your own.
He's spitting a lot of facts, people, but are we going to listen to him? I don't know.
You don't have
to. And just remember, before you get started, Bionic Commando, as you see the cover there, state of the art, high resolution graphics. Okay, Maestro, go ahead.
Nothing like bleeding edge graphics on the NES.
Just also, One Up gave it an A+. In IGN's top 100, 9th best game of all time, according to their Nintendo list. So pretty high praise from IGN, and it is a number 4 seed. So Bionic Commando, tell us why you love it.
Alrighty. Well, IGN gives it a 9 out of 100. Made by Capcom. Yeah. Made by Capcom, guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is Capcom.
Pumped by Capcom. When you hear Capcom, you think Street Fighter, you think fighting games. They made a lot of good platformers too, and Bionic Commando is one of them.
Definitely.
There's no jumping in this game. There's no jump button. You only have your arm, your retractable arm, to pump yourself up the platforms. And getting used to that mechanic was part of the fun of this game. This game also had different zones that you could traverse. It's non-linear. You could choose to go into like zone 10, zone 9, zone 16, drop down into a friendly zone where there's no fire or you can't shoot anyone. Well, you can shoot, but then you get, ganged up on. But this was a lot of fun, learning where all the different weapons are, fighting Hitler at the end, which is
whoa, what?
If you look up the Japanese cover art for this game, there is a picture of Hitler right on the front cover for Bionic Commando.
So you're saying the bad guy is Hitler?
The bad guy's always Hitler.
Huh.
But this is in a roundabout way a sequel to a different arcade game that starred a player named Super Joe, or a character named Super Joe, I believe was his name. And it was a top-down Ikari Warrior style shooter where you would kind of shoot your way through different levels. And anyway, Super Joe gets captured and Bionic Commando is tasked with finding him. And it's pretty fun. The story's nice. You get to meet interesting bad guys. You get to fight your way through interesting levels. And I just remember having fun with this game. I mean, yes, at first the grappling mechanic can be frustrating, but once you get the hang of it, man, you feel like you're unstoppable. The skill level required. I know I'm gushing over this game.
No, that's fine. That's what you're here to do. Gush. He's gushing people, so he likes this game. Here's a game he probably doesn't like that much. Are you going to gush this much over Blades of Steel?
Blades of Steel.
It was made by Konami. IGN's top 100. It got a really high ranking, 24th overall. It was the number 13 seed in the Power Glove region. This game was like I guess, decent for its time. It wasn't game changing or anything. There were other NHL games that I think clearly surpassed it very soon after with the NHL series from EA Sports. But this was an okay game. I would say 13 seed sounds about right. Here's some of the footage here. Roll that beautiful bean footage. And as you can see, pretty standard gameplay for an NHL game. You're going left to right. I think the EA Sports going up and down is probably a lot better. But what are you going to do?
Yeah.
This is Blades of Steel. Maestro, I know you love hockey games, but this probably doesn't really rank up near the top of your list.
No, when I was little, I remember when this game, I don't want to say came out, but I had most of my hockey gaming experience with just ice hockey. And for whatever reason, this game felt like a more grown up version of hockey. And even though ice hockey was a lot of fun to me, getting in fights and then you hitting the B button over and over again, it looked like blood was spurting out of the melee. And then the ref would kind of spank you into the penalty box. We thought that was funny. But then this game came along, Blades Shrink, Blades of Steel.
That's what it sounded like, people.
And they just marketed the hell out of the fighting. They changed the whole perspective of the fighting, and they even put two players fighting on the box art. Like this game, they tried to market it as an edgier sort of hockey game. They even, Blades of Steel.
Yeah, it sounds dangerous. Yeah, like somebody's going to get hurt big time.
Because if you didn't know this was a hockey game and you're like, hey, you want to play Blades of Steel? You would have zero idea what kind of game this was.
It sounds like swords for sure. So, I I could just listen to you do that all day. Okay, so this was an okay game. Thanks for going on and on about it, but I think this is not going to be a close matchup. So type in the chat, guys, what you guys think. Number 4, Bionic Commando, or 13, Blades of Steel. Who's moving on to the next round to face Ninja Gaiden? I think it's got to be Bionic Commando. Maestro, you agree?
Yeah, I think Blades of Steel is going into the penalty box.
We're going to grappling hook its way into the second round. That's going to be a very interesting matchup. Bionic Commando versus Ninja Gaiden.
Ooh.
Can't wait for that one. Okay, now two other of your favorites down here in the Power Glove region. The number 6 seed Double Dragon 2 versus the number 11 seed Ghosts and Goblins. Uh-oh, Maestro, what are you going to do here?
I'm going to pick one.
You're going to have to pick one. So Double Dragon 2, Sinclair gave it 8 out of 10. IGN's top 100, 83rd place. It's a beat-em-up game from Acclaim. What do you think of Double Dragon 2?
Man, how can you argue with Sinclair? They're just so ubiquitous in the realm of video game rankings.
Well known, very well known, sir.
When they pump a ranking on a game, you have to listen to it because they are the end all be all.
Possibly even the Bible of video game ranking.
IGN might as well not even rank. Who else needs to rank this game? What's Sinclair?
IGN who?
Yeah. It's like the Pope putting a stamp on something. You can't argue with it.
We bless you with an 8 out of 10, my child.
Nomine Patris et Spiritus Sanctus.
Oh, Sinclair. Sinclair knows what they're talking about. So 8 out of 10 from them. Double Dragon 2, talk about it a little bit. This is a good game.
Double Dragon 2, in my opinion, is the best of the 3 that are on the NES, not counting Double Dragon and Battletoads, because that's a different one. But even if I did include that, I would say Double Dragon 2 is probably the best Double Dragon game on the NES. It's actually 2 players. Remember, Double Dragon 1 was not 2 players. I mean, there was a 2-player versus mode, but when that was created, you could only fit, or they could only fit 4 or 3 characters on the screen. And Double Dragon 2, they figured out how to fit 4 on the screen, so you could have you, your buddy, and 2 bad guys. Whereas if they did that in the first one, it would just be you, your buddy, and fighting 1 bad guy all the time, which probably wouldn't be very fun.
No. The thing I like about it is there's no sleeves. Do you see anybody wearing any sleeves? I don't think so. The guns are out, people.
Yes. Look at those guys. No sleeves at
Mullet
all.
going, no sleeves. Let's go.
Yeah, look at him grab that. Is that a roper? Grab that roper by the head and knee him in the face. That was my favorite. Look at that. Yeah.
Throw
And
them.
then you
Yeah.
can throw him, grab him, knee him in the face a couple times, and then throw him.
And I like that they flash and then they disappear. So you get like some like finality. Like that guy is dead, but he's not going to disappear until 3, 2, 1, gone. So that Double Dragon 2 is a fun game. I'm surprised it's only a 6 seed because I really love that game. That is going up against another one of your personal favorites, Ghosts and Goblins.
Mhm.
That is coming in at an 11 seed. That seems a little low. I'm surprised you let that fly.
Hey man, I'm not.
Hey man, don't blame me.
I just react to things flying.
Capcom, Sinclair had no opinion on Ghosts and Goblins, so that's kind of worrisome. Nintendo Life gave it a 7 out of 10. IGN's Top 100, 54th place, sold over 1.6 million copies. Talk to us about Ghosts and Goblins.
Oh man, Ghosts and Goblins is famous for its difficulty and the false ending, where you get the shield that you need to beat Satan, and you beat him, and then you get an end screen that says, "This room is illusion devised by Satan. Go back and beat everything all over again and to get the real ending." And
Wow.
most people didn't. Most people were like, "F that," and then they were done with the game. But this game was it was hard. It's famous for being one of the hardest games on the NES. And it is a challenge to beat this, learning what you need. Pro tip, get the knife. Get the knife. That's the best weapon in the game. None of this lance nonsense, none of this axe or flame nonsense, especially the flame. Avoid the flame. Do not get the flame. Trust me.
But so don't get the flame, people.
Yeah. But this has one of the most interesting openings, in my opinion, of any NES game. Just like first Double Dragon, where that starts off with you sitting in your red underwear in a graveyard with your girlfriend next to you, and then
I don't know about you, but that sounds pretty hot.
It is, until a devil flies overhead and grabs her, and then you just jump into your armor. Dun 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 dun. Dun. I wish that theme played every time I walk into a room or finish getting dressed. As soon as the pants come on, dun, 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 dun. Okay.
What I like when a bad guy touches him and the armor just immediately disappears. Like it withstands nothing at all. And then as soon as the armor's gone, he's in his red underpants again.
Yep. Those underwear.
What happens at this point? What happens if somebody hits him when he's wearing the underpants?
When the underpants disappear with his skin.
This was a video game, the first video game rated TVM.
Yeah. His bones are just held in by red Speedo.
There's is he wearing a Speedo on the cover? No, he's full armor.
He's full armor. He hasn't been hit yet on the cover.
There we go. That's a really cool cover. I do like, and it is also state of the art high resolution graphics.
Yeah, I like the weird background where it's just like off center grid, layered red and blue, almost like they couldn't figure out what to do with the background.
It was popular at the time with Tron.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so this is a tough one. So two of your favorite games as a child, Double Dragon 2, Ghosts and Goblins. Chat, what are we going to do here? Type in 6 for Double Dragon. Type in 11 for Ghosts and Goblins. I'm going to go first. I love beat 'em ups. I love like you said, the knee to the face, and then to throw him, and then he flashes and disappears. And in that story, you're also that's what's funny about this matchup. I think you're in both games, you're getting revenge for your girlfriend. So we got to get our girlfriends back, people. Let's do this. Do you want to fight? Who was the bad guy in Double Dragon? It was just some gang, right? It wasn't Satan.
Let me see. Man, I get the stories mixed up. I know it was like a machine gun dude, I think, in the first game. In the second game, I think it was an organization. In the third game, it was weird. I don't know. I would have to. I get them mixed up. It's been a long time.
That's okay. I know it's somebody stole your girlfriend in both of these games, which is intriguing. But I think out of these two, I'm going to choose Double Dragon 2. What say you,
Jimmy, Bimmy and Jimmy, or Billy and Bimmy,
Bimmy and Bimmy?
Okay. So a very quick side note. In one of the very first cutscenes of Double Dragon 3, they actually misspell Billy's name, and they spell it Bimmy, Bimmy and Jimmy, Bimmy and Jimmy.
Nice.
It's like, dude, it's the very first cutscene. You didn't see this?
Oh, that's funny.
I think
okay,
Bimmy's a cooler name anyway.
Are Bimmy and Jimmy going to go through? What do you want to do? What, Maestro? What are you picking?
Oh, this is a tough game. I mean, this is a tough matchup because these are two relatively different-ish games. If you're decent at Double Dragon 2, you could beat the whole game in under an hour. Ghosts and Goblins is more of a time investment and more of a grind, so to speak. So you could spend a lot of time with Ghosts and Goblins. You could spend an hour or two with Double Dragon. But that being said, if I look past my biases, I would say most people, so I'm bearing everyone out there in mind, basing my choice on this, most people would pick Double Dragon 2. So I'm going to pick Double Dragon 2.
Okay, then unless chat says otherwise, we have a wiener. It's going to be Double Dragon 2, Bimmy and Jimmy going on to the second round.
Bimmy and Jimmy.
Ghosts and Goblins armor fell right off, exposing the underpants.
Just in the underpants.
All right, so this next matchup, this is exciting. The number 3 seed, Castlevania, versus the much hated number 14 seed, Tecmo Bowl. All right, so Maestro, what do you think? Tell me a little bit about Castlevania.
Alrighty. Before I do that, just one more quick thing about
here we go.
about Ghosts and Goblins. Now, I don't know why I haven't thought of this, or maybe other people have, but I kind of would like a pair of Ghosts and Goblins branded red underwear.
There you go.
And I would wear it. And when I get hit, it would fall off. It has to be it has to be flimsy. So if I get just like nudged in the elevator.
Okay, people in chat, do not send us red underwear. I mean, you can reach Maestro himself and maybe work that out, but do not send in red underwear, please.
Ghosts and Goblins red underwear.
Okay. Are you enough with your red underwear takes? What is your opinion on 1987's Castlevania? IGN's top 100, 19th overall. Computer and video games gave it an 80%.
Alrighty. Well, I think Simon there could use some red underwear. He's just got the leather skirt, but Castlevania is a stone cold classic in my opinion. Definitely. I've played this game when I was little. I played this game recently, as recently as in less than a year ago. I played through this game. When I was little, I never beat this game, and that's one of those things that I know it's a weird thing to promise yourself, but I promised myself I was going to beat Castlevania, and I have. And this is just a fun game. Getting the holy water is a must. It's very overpowered in this game. The music, oh my gosh, the music in this game is so good. The adventure aspect, especially when you were a little kid playing this game, the opening screen of this game with the fog and the music, you just felt like you're in for a spooky adventure. And every year around Halloween, I always like to pop in a classic horror-esque game like this. And yeah, I guess this game could be considered a horror game. But whipping things is fun. Upgrading your whip is fun. Beating the bosses is fun. And the difficulty isn't unfair. I mean, it's less unfair in, I think, Castlevania 3, which I think is on this game too.
Yes, it's on the
list. That was an improvement of this game. But as it being said, this was the progenitor. This was the first one. I love it, and it has a big spot in my heart, man.
As it should. It is an awesome game. It is going up against the number 14 seed Tecmo Bowl from 1988. Tecmo Bowl has sold over 5 million copies. Sinclair, the dreaded Sinclair, gave it an 8 out of 10.
So
And
is that,
they mean business.
I think Sinclair just gives every game an 8 out of 10.
Don't give away their secrets.
It's like it's like the Mendoza mark in baseball. It's like the Sinclair line.
Hey, Billy, did you play this game? Nah, just give it an 8 out of 10. All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, a game like this is below the Sinclair line. I don't play games below the Sinclair line. It's just like batting above or below the Mendoza line. And
Right.
for those of you out there who don't know baseball stats, that's what is the Mendoza line? Is it like
200?
200. That's what I thought.
200.
Okay, so if you bat, it's like to rank how good your batting is, if you're below or above the Mendoza line.
So Sinclair gave it an 8 out of 10. So they clearly love it. And you, not a big fan of this one, are you?
Not a huge fan. I mean, as with all sports games, it's fun if you have someone to play with. But if you're just pumping the computer, then you're pretty much done with this. Maybe an hour tops, and then you've pretty much experienced everything that a game like this has to offer.
What about the cutscenes, though? Look at this cutscene.
Slap.
Don't you ever just want to jump in the air as high as possible and high five another dude? Like that is the peak of sports right there.
While wearing a hollow helmet with like no face.
Well, yeah, you don't need a face.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, they don't have a face. All right.
You don't need a face.
Okay, there you go. All right. And I love it. Yeah, it showed the high five.
Yeah.
That was good. But this was an okay game. I like that it started a pretty major franchise, and for the time, it was a pretty cool football game.
Mm-hmm.
It had the NFL players, which was also, I believe, a first. So you were excited to get the Bo Jackson, like he was dominant in this game. So this was a great game, but I don't think it. And even being a big fan, I'm not going to be delusional and say it's better than Castlevania. So unless we have some love in the chat from the users, I'm saying Castlevania in pretty much a route. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, and one of the cutscenes of the game, I noticed that this game was made before they actually put nets behind the uprights.
Oh yeah, that's right.
To catch the ball, because that football just sailed over into the crowd. Somebody gets the ball. One of the little Pez dispenser faces gets to take home the ball with them.
Nobody has a face in this game, sir. They're faceless.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, no.
It is out of the stadium. That ball is in traffic right now.
He booted it. Yeah, that was a good field goal.
If there's a football game going on in NES land, and you better just steer clear of the stadium, because you're going to get a football into your car.
That had some velocity. Okay, so are you with me, Maestro? Castlevania to the next round?
Yes, Castlevania.
Ooh, and Double Dragon 2 versus Castlevania. That'll be a good matchup.
Castlevania whips itself into the next round.
Okay, so Fax Xanadu versus Baseball Stars, a number 7 versus a number 10 seed. What are we going to do with this? Fax Xanadu, like what a weird name. You had history on that name, didn't you? Fax Xanadu?
Yeah, so there was a couple games in Japan that were made for the computer system over there. I don't want to say, maybe it was the VIC-20, I'm not sure, but it was a computer system, and they were just called Xanadu. They were called, I think one of them was like Dragon Slayer or something like that, Xanadu. And when they made this game and they released it for the NES, they put the Fa in front of it, because in Japan, the Nintendo Entertainment System was known as the Famicom.
Oh,
so it was Xanadu for the Famicom, and they just linked them together and called it Fax Xanadu.
Which I'm sure was very popular. What a name. Fax Xanadu. That really rolls off the tongue. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. 36th overall on IGN's top 100. Daggers and Wing Boots. Oh, my.
Daggers and wing boots and armor. Oh my.
That is going up against the number 10 seed, Baseball Stars. This was voted the most popular NES baseball game, IGN's top 100, 28th overall. So this is an interesting matchup. let me pull up some baseball stars footage. People, do you want to see some baseball stars?
Oh yeah.
Here we go. Here's Wendell.
Cyclops.
Wendell against Cyclops. Here we go. And Wendell takes him deep to left field, and it's gone, people.
It's gone. Look at that. The fielders, they're just running into the walls.
Cyclops gave up a dinger, and he is not happy.
Oh, Cyclops is throwing a fit on the mound.
And then you follow up with Roger batting fourth.
Yeah.
What this this didn't look too impressive of Roger, Wendell, and Cyclops. It's
Roger,
not even
Wendell,
Cyclops.
Cyclops.
It's just Cyclops. I think it was lost in translation there. Cyclops. What team do you I don't know if you remember 1989 baseball that well. What team did Cyclops pitch for?
Oh man. Well, he's wearing the green there. Is that what?
There you go.
What team's got green? I don't.
Oakland A's, maybe.
Okay, maybe.
Cyclops. Wendell took him deep.
Wendell.
So this looked like a fun game. I didn't play it. Cyclops was ticked. Gave up a dinger. Roger batting next. So this was
Cyclops ERA is 2.05.
No.
That's pretty good.
No, he's an ace. He has a laser. I would say he has a laser for an arm.
Yeah, but he definitely gave up a solo shot there.
He gave up a dinger. Okay, so there we go, people. Baseball stars versus Fag Xanadu. That is the matchup. A 7 versus 10 matchup. All right, so in chat, please type in a 7 for Fag Xanadu, 10 for baseball stars. This is a tough one. Maestro, where are you going on this one?
So I'm going to tip my hand early here. I'm actually going to pump for Fag Xanadu because that's one of the games that I played and loved when I was a kid. It's a really good adventure game. It flies under the radar, but you traverse through a land that's overtaken by evil. You have to save it by activating these magic fountains. You get upgrades to your magic, your stats, your weapons. It's a fun game. You can see there it's sort of a Zelda 2-esque, but you get by the end of the game you're substantially powerful. The enemies are interesting looking. There's a couple different hacks you can use to get free money from the king. When you start the game, you go visit the king and he gives you like $1,000. But if you figure out a way to spend all $1,000, you can go back to that king and he'll give you $1,000 more. So
where is this king? I'd like to see him.
It's in Fag Xanadu.
So Fag Xanadu it. So
yeah,
you're picking them, huh?
And I think there's a couple cyclopses that you could fight in Fag Xanadu.
Cyclop or Fag Xanadu?
Yeah.
Type in the chat, guys.
Cyclops gets taken deep in this game and in Fag Xanadu. So.
All right, so you have chose Fag Xanadu, and I don't have enough to dispute it, so I'm going to concede. And Fag Xanadu, you think it can go far in this tournament? I don't think so, because look at the next matchup. We have the number 2 seed Contra versus the number 15 seed Top Gun. This is does anything say 80s more than Contra versus Top Gun? I mean, that is. What a matchup that's going to be.
If you threw Rambo in there, then it would be quintessential.
I am okay. So I don't know on Twitch if I'm allowed to take my shirt off, but whenever I see Contra, look how manly this cover is. I mean, it's basically a ripoff of Predator and Alien. That is a xenomorph. That is definitely Schwarzenegger. I mean, I think that pose is even from the movie, but that cover makes you want to play the game. IGN gave it 12th overall, and Game Rankings gave it a 90%. Talk to us about Contra.
Yeah, so that is definitely inspired almost directly from Predator. That is, I think that's even on the box art of some of the Predator.
Do it
DVDs.
now.
You do the job, Dylan. You son of a bitch.
Oh, but this is a great game though. Tell me about Contra. Game. Why is it so great?
Oh man, so it's the controls, the speed, how fun it is. getting all the weapons, learning the patterns, fighting the enemies, and back in the day, there wasn't a whole lot of games like this. Like a side-scrolling platforming shoot 'em up, that wasn't. I'm trying to think if there's any other games like this, but if there were, the controls weren't as tight and tuned as they were with Contra. And of course, the Konami code. You can't talk
Mm.
about Contra without mentioning the Konami code. Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, select start, sometimes select start. But that would
Let
give
me know
you
in the
30
chat.
extra
Did you
lives.
did you guys play it by chomping on a cigar? Because I know I did. I took my shirt off. I got a cigar going in my mouth, and I didn't light it, but
What?
I was chomping on it.
So you got a cigar going in your mouth.
I was chomping on it. Oh, dude! And you got to have a headband. Like what is more 80s than
Yeah,
a
man.
headband? Like
I put
yes.
on my blue spandex pants, my red
Ooh.
underwear. I put the toothbrush in my mouth.
That was not a toothbrush, sir. That was that a tooth?
That looks like he just woke up and is brushing his teeth. And
Type in the chat, toothbrush or cigar. We need to settle this, people.
That looks like a undercover shot of like Ryan Gosling just brushing his teeth while leaning over a balcony like at 8 a.m.
I'm just getting ready for work.
Getting ready for work.
Not ready for the photo shoot.
That's definitely a paparazzi.
Wow. What a great game. Contra is a great game.
Mhm.
So as you saw, it was 12th overall on the IGN's top 100. So it is a number 2 seed, and it is going up against the number 15 seed, which is Top Gun. So Konami sold over 2 million copies. Computer and Video Games gave it 82%. This was obviously based on the movie Top Gun, which was a huge success. And this game sold very well. It just, I don't know if it was very good or had a lot of replay value. But in my childhood, it was a lot of fun. At least until I got to the end of the mission, which every single time it was landing on an aircraft carrier. And I messed it up every single time. So I couldn't get very far in the game, but this was a lot of fun for what it was. What do you think about this one, Maestro?
Yeah, I remember playing this game a lot too. And obviously, when I watched Top Gun, I thought that was one of the coolest movies that I ever saw.
Definitely.
This is a testament to how sort of influential characters in movies can be, because back then when I watched it, I thought that that's what cool people acted like.
Yes.
Watching them get oiled up in their denim jeans and playing
some beach volleyball.
Playing some beach volleyball and kind of being dicks to each other. I was like, oh man, that's what the grown-ups, that's how cool grown-ups act. And then they get in fighter jet. Dude, this was a movie that was fun.
when we do 80s movies on the stream, like Top Gun's definitely going to be on there because that is a great movie.
It checks all the story beats. It has a little weird homoerotic thing going with I want some butts. I want them now.
He had a girlfriend though, but yeah, she didn't seem that important.
And you got Tom Cruise on a motorcycle. You got him running. You got all the Tom Cruise tropes that he's famous for. He's like running at full speed in all of his movies. He's usually on a motorcycle. But anyway, that's the movie.
I know. We could talk about the movie all day. That is a great movie. It's an okay game. I would say it's nowhere near the level of Contra, like in any way.
Sinclair would probably rank this a 7 out of 10. This is definitely below the Sinclair mark.
The Sinclair line.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sinclair line.
I'm gonna pump Contra on through to the next level. What do you think?
I agree. Contra definitely pumps Top Gun.
All right.
Top Gun.
Okay, we move on. We are moving on to the Game Genie region. Remember that piece of garbage? We are going to the number 1 seed, Legend of Zelda, versus the number 16 seed, Golf. So talk to me. Well, I guess let's start with Golf. What can you say? It's Golf. It's got this Mario looking guy on the front cover. Clearly, he's very angry because he's
pissed as hell. Dude, why couldn't they at least shell out for an actual artist to draw some decent or just a picture, an actual picture, rather than this pixelated, pissed off dude.
Well, here's why he's mad, because he has no game at all. That went about 3 yards. And again, nope. Shh. Don't talk during his backswing. All right. And he missed it. And that went about 5 yards.
He's stepping up to the plate.
I don't know how did they get footage? How did they get footage of my golf game? Like, where did they get this from?
This
is golf, people.
That's smack too. Good Lord. It just sounds like he's smacking someone in the face.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh, listen. Those are Atari sounds. Those are the sort of sound effects I would expect from playing the Atari.
Well,
come on, Nintendo.
It was it was the first game, the first golf game to introduce a power and accuracy bar. Yeah. So at least that's something.
This was back in the days where they couldn't be bothered to come up with decent titles for their sports games. That's why you got a game just named golf. And then you got a game just named ice hockey.
Yep.
And that was it. That was it.
Oh, so it is going up against the number 1. Well, that's why it's a 16 seed. It's going up against the number 1 seed, Legend of Zelda, 1987, IGN's Top 100, second place. Computer and Video Games gave it a 9 out of 10. Sinclair obviously loved it. What do you think of? I don't even need to ask you, but what do you think of Legend of Zelda?
Well, you can see I have the. I got my little thing back there. It's dangerous to go alone.
Yes, it is. It is.
And this game is one of my all-time favorite games. And in fact, I have a story to go along with this game. When I first got this game, when I was, I don't know how old I was, maybe 7 years old when I first got this game. This was before the internet. This was before, I didn't have Nintendo Power at the time. So you didn't really know what to do. I don't want to say I didn't read very well back then, but it didn't occur to me to look in the strategy guide or in the instruction manual for hints. But I got stuck pretty quick on, and I didn't know what to do. So I went door to door. This is back when this was cool. You would just go to your friend's house and play with them. I went door to door. I would knock on their door and say, "Hey, you guys have Zelda? Have you played it? I'm kind of stuck. I don't know what to do. Can you help?" And I actually did that.
And did you get some help?
I didn't. No,
go away, kid.
But I didn't give up. I played and I beat as many dungeons as I could. I don't think I ever beat Ganon, but that's a game that I recently revisited in my, I don't want to say elden years, but my older, mature years. And that's a game that still holds up very well today. And playing it different ways, getting powered up early, it's a different experience. Oh, and something that not a lot of people have done is playing through the second quest of Legend of Zelda. So when you beat the game, you would be prompted to play it again. You'd get like a new game plus. And the developers actually changed it around quite a bit for the second playthrough. The dungeons are completely different. The enemies are different. The power-ups and items are in different places. There's new enemies. And that didn't happen a whole lot. Yes, there was new game pluses here and there, but the amount that they changed for this game, well, it was a whole new experience. So you would spend days and days and days beating the first playthrough, and then you had a whole new experience waiting for you the second go around. And obviously this was the first game to have a battery save backup system. So you could save your game. You didn't just have a password system. Man, this game was great. And Shigeru Miyamoto purposely made this game at the same time as Super Mario Brothers.
Wow.
As like a twin. So you had your athletic game in Super Mario Brothers where it was a side-scrolling platformer, and you had your adventure game in Legend of Zelda. And Shigeru Miyamoto made this game with exploration and adventure in mind. And he harkened back to when he was a little kid in Japan. roaming around, walking around, finding streams, going through forests, and finding different things. And he wanted to recreate an experience like that in a game. And he totally did. The cartridge is gold, and my feelings for it are as well.
It is number one for a reason. It's number one in your heart, it sounds like. So versus number 16 golf, I think Legend of Zelda is going to destroy it. Any love for golf in chat?
Do we have anyone that has anything redeeming to say about golf?
I mean, just the name alone, golf.
Is that anyone's father on the cover there?
No. Unless their dad is even a fatter version of Mario. I think Legend of Zelda on to the next round easily.
Yeah, looks like Ron Jeremy playing golf.
Okay, now this is an interesting matchup. We have number 8 Bubble Bobble versus number 9 Jackal. Now this is like two games that I'm not super familiar with, but they were rated highly. Let me pull up the information for Bubble Bobble. As you can see, it was made by Taito, 4.5 out of 5. IGN's top 100, 23rd place. So very impressive. It seems like one of those games that I would have liked after watching the video because it looked pretty cool, but I never got around to playing it. Did you ever play Bubble Bobble?
Yeah, I've played it once or twice, and I mean, it's fun for a while. I don't have any extensive playthroughs of this game.
You a little dragon or something? What is this?
Yeah, you're a little bubble dragon going around eating fruit. Man, I just don't remember playing this.
This actually does look pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
This could be another game that I could play.
You're gonna have to pump this once in a while.
Yeah, you're a dragon pumping some wind-up toys. It looks like that's a key in the side, right? Like you wind up and they kind of move on their own. So you blow bubbles at them, they turn into fruit, and then you eat them.
I can see why that's so popular.
Yeah.
Wait. He's eating fruits and vegetables? Is that what's going on here?
That looks like a fruit right there that he's eating. And then there's the bub right there going down. He's got the wind-up toys. He turned the wind-up toys into a bubble. Oh, yes. Wow. I might have to get this game a playthrough.
This seems like a game I would have definitely pumped. I don't know what happened here. That looks like fun.
This is a 2-player game too, I believe, right? I think so.
Undetermined. It doesn't say there.
Bubble.
That is going up against 1988's Jackal. This was made by Konami. It was ranked 37th on IGN's top 100. So I know you wanted me to include this game, so you must have something you want to talk about with Jackal. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, yep. Criminally underrated in my opinion. Look at that. Look how fun this game is.
Yeah, he's jacking it.
He's jacking it. So in theory, you got I think 3 or 4 people packed in this Jeep here. So you throw grenades and you have a machine gun that always shoots forward. One hit deaths. And the point of this game is you have to rescue POWs. And depending on how good you do, you get different scores. And if you rescue an officer, then you get a weapon upgrade. And some of the weapon upgrades are pretty cool. I think the best one is rockets that have a wide explosion radius. And
this does actually look pretty cool. I'm not going to lie.
This is fun. I think there's a 2-player version. Is this a 2-player game? I'm not entirely sure, but I only ever played it by myself. But
it is 2 players.
See, you could play 2 players. This is like a top-down version of Contra almost.
Yeah, it actually does look pretty fun.
This is a fun game.
Kind of bummed I didn't play this as a kid.
Jackal.
So guys, type in Bubble or Jackal. What are we doing with this matchup? 8 versus 9. This is tough. I liked both videos. Yeah, dang. I don't know. What do you think on this one?
Well, I'm gonna vote for Jackal because I had so much fun playing that game.
Okay. Yeah, I can't go against you. I don't know enough about either of these games. They both looked fun. If anyone doesn't disagree, Jackal with the minor upset is going to be going through to the next round, where it is going to be fed to Legend of Zelda. Legend of Zelda waiting in the second round. Jackal, not excited about that matchup.
Jackal.
But a matchup I am excited about. Number 5 seed Kirby's Adventure versus the number 12 seed Micro Machines. So Kirby's Adventure was kind of interesting because it came really late in the life cycle of the Nintendo. I believe it came out in 1993, which was super late. I think the Nintendo was pretty much on its way out at this point. It was definitely on its way out. I already had a Super Nintendo at this point. IGN's Top 100, 27th overall. Game Rankings gave it an 84%. This was a pretty cool game. Do you remember Kirby's Adventure?
Yeah, of course I remember Kirby. Who doesn't remember Kirby?
I do.
Yep, I remember Kirby. The gaming in this game was a lot of fun as well. I know I'm saying that a lot, but eating
these are
your
fun games.
enemies, eating your enemies and adopting their special powers, that was a gameplay mechanic that hadn't been seen yet. And again, a fun platformer game. Getting lots of power-ups is always fun. Who doesn't like a game where you're just underpowered the entire time?
Right.
And being able to keep and choose which power-ups you want, that's another aspect that was a lot of fun too. And a weird side note, there's speculation that the name Kirby actually stemmed from a Nintendo lawyer that I think was involved in the copyright case that was filed against Nintendo by Universal for taking King Kong. Basically, they said that Donkey Kong is obviously a ripoff of King Kong, and I think Nintendo won that. I'm not sure how, but they did. I think. Don't quote me on that. I'm gonna have to do some more research on that, but I believe that's
we're quoting you, buddy.
Kirby. For Kirby.
Everybody,
you can pump me. You can pump me if you want. That's fine.
Let him know. Send him the red underwear. Let him know about Kirby.
If I have to wear the red underwear as a penalty, I will.
You will enjoy that too much, sir. I'm not falling for that.
As a voluptuous vampire. red underwear is
here we go. They're facing off against the number 12 seed Micro Machines. Now I know you don't love racing games, but as a kid from the early 90s, do you remember Micro Machines? Like I used to play with them all the time.
Yeah, I used to step on them and hurt my feet.
But they were quite dangerous. Yeah, they really were.
Man, they were sharp. Micro Machines were sharp. And if you lost one, you'd never find it again.
Oh. And of course, in this game, you are literally driving around the floor. And Cheerios make the barriers, so that's pretty cool.
It's just a mess on the table there.
Oh, could you imagine
the floor? That is a table, isn't it? You see the floor. It's got that Subway style tile on it. There's milk. There's a placemat. There's half of a waffle.
Yeah, if you came, your parents would be pissed if they came in and saw you doing this. Like, get off the floor.
Playing on the kitchen table with your Micro Machines.
Oh, they were micro and they were machines. They were for anyone that wasn't around in the early 90s, Micro Machines were hugely popular.
Yeah. I think I even had one of those little cases that you'd put your Micro Machines in and kind of carry them around so you'd feel important.
Yeah. Those were cool. Like, if you broke those out, I would still play them to this day.
Yeah. You would go into school with your little briefcase of Micro Machines and act all cool. Be like, look what I got. And flip it open like it's a case of money. And all the kids like, oh, wow, you got Micro Machines.
They pretty much just stole Hot Wheels' idea and just made them smaller.
But they were still fun.
They were a lot of fun. The game was okay. Like I said, I know you don't love racing games. Mm-hmm. So I didn't think it was great. It was fun for what it was, but we have other racing games that I believe are better in this tournament. So I think chat, type in 5 versus 12. Who do you like, 5 or 12? I'm going to pick 5, Kirby's Adventure. How about you, Maestro?
Yes, Kirby's Adventure. I'm going to vote for Kirby.
All right, Kirby, he's going to blow his way to
he's going to suck his way into
He sucked his way into round 2. Where, let's go. The number 4 seed DuckTales versus the number 13 seed Fester's Quest. I know you're going to have some comments on this matchup.
Yeah, see,
let's start.
I need to pump.
Let's start with some DuckTales. 8 out of 10 from Electronic Gaming Monthly. IGN's Top 100, 10th overall. State of the art graphics. What do you think about DuckTales?
Alrighty, so it looks like EGM is marking it pretty much in line with the Sinclair.
It's at the Sinclair level.
It's at the Sinclair line right now, EGM says. So this is a pretty fun platformer. DuckTales was a very popular show at the time, and I remember loving that show.
Definitely,
And
me too.
pumping as Uncle Scrooge, bouncing around on his cane, and different, like in space. Even the platforming aspect of this was pretty solid. Man, I don't know. This is just a good game.
It is a good game. It was a very popular show in the late 80s. I don't.
Danger out to find you. There's a stranger right behind you. Yeah.
DuckTales.
Woo! Boom, 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 boom. Ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-da. Ra-da-da-da-da.
I
There's
can
that
listen
dude-
to you.
Yeah,
I can
listen to me
you
hum
all-
DuckTales all day. Was
It's a
that guy
great
named
song.
Mayday? Man, didn't we were trying to figure out the name of that. God, the pilot with the scarf on there. Man, what was his name? Keep forgetting.
Something McQuack.
Oh, maybe
Some-
Mudflap Mudflap McQuack.
If it wasn't, it should be. That's a
Yeah.
great name right there. Oh, are you McQuacking or what? Like
Yeah.
this is a great game.
Yeah, look at
It
those.
looks like he's hopping around on a pogo stick, but it is his cane,
Yeah,
guys.
the Beagle Boys are out to
Oh,
get you.
they were
Mud-
evil.
Mudflap McQuack.
Oh, what a fun game! You could play it easy, normal, or difficult.
Yeah.
Scrooge McDuck. You said the richest cartoon character in history.
Not just the richest cartoon character, the richest fictional character ever. He's estimated to have I think like $40 trillion
Wow,
locked in his
he
locked
can
in his
buy
vault
and
there.
sell you many times over, sir.
And to bring that into perspective, that's more money than exists on the planet right now.
He has more money than exists right now. He could buy and sell Fester if he wanted to. Let's go into 1989's Fester's Quest. 5 out of 10 on EGM, and Igan gave it a 45 overall, so pretty respectable.
Yeah.
This was made by Sunsoft. I contend this might be the worst box art of any video game of all time. That he looks so weird. He's wearing a spider on his forehead. I think he's wearing lipstick. Like this guy, I remember this game as a kid.
Man.
This cover art freaked me out.
Good cover art. I mean, he looks like he's watching Pornhub. Or
he is a creepy old man for sure.
Yeah, he's so engrossed he doesn't even notice the spider on his forehead. Oh, hey.
And in the video clip, he's just going around blowing people away. Somehow he has a gun. I don't remember that in Adam's Family.
It does look like he has a vacuum cleaner. They don't explain how he got a vacuum cleaner gun, but that was the more frustrating aspects of this game.
And I find it very hard to believe that a fat man like him would just walk right past that hot dog stand. The hot dog stand did not even like phase him whatsoever.
Fester likes to eat light bulbs though.
Well,
but hot dog stands did give you some energy when you needed it. And look at all that cloak. It might be all cloak.
I would say he's monk worthy. Like he is basically a monk at this point.
He's like a druid or a monk. Oh, that's Halo.
It's like everything about this game like upsets me. Like I don't.
Why does this? You haven't even played it.
I do. I think I had it as a kid and I didn't like it. It kind of scared me. And Adam's Family was a very popular show back in the day, but this didn't seem like it had much to do with it.
It didn't.
No.
They went for the whole alien angle, which a lot of games went. So aliens came, they kidnapped Gomez, and Fester's out to save him because he's the only one that can do it. Because who else would save Gomez? I don't know. Maybe Lurch, Wednesday. They're just chilling, giving Fester help. And you like go into a house. Wednesday's there. She'll give you like some bombs, or you'll go in another house, and Thing will be there, and he'll give you some invincibility potions. But man, some of the enemies in that was the one thing. So aliens came and kidnapped Gomez, but like all the bosses were like weird dinosaurs, and they all had weird names like Thunder Destroyer or Mutilator Tim or something like that. And
you don't want to mess with Mutilator Tim.
You don't want to mess with Mutilator Tim. He's
a handful.
He is, man. He's got arms that'll just cut you to ribbons. And somehow Fred, the pet frog from another Sunsoft game, Blaster Master, found its way into this game as an enemy. So you get to kill Fred some more in this game, which is pretty fun. But
This is not going to be close. I'm picking DuckTales by like a mile.
all right, I'll concede. DuckTales.
Yes.
Yes.
Woo!
We
We heard the people from the internet.
Oh, yeah.
A collective. Woo!
Curbs and DuckTales.
Oh, that's going to be a great matchup. Okay, now we're going down to two racing games in the Game Genie region. The number 6 seed RC Pro-Am versus the number 11 seed Rad Racer. I know you don't love racing games, so it's kind of funny that they're paired up against each other.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to pick one. Do you want to talk about either of these games?
Yeah, the one that I have the most experience with is Rad Racer,
Mhm.
and mostly because it had the weird 3D mode. You'd press select, and it would go into a weird bichromatic, red and green, red and blue. I mean, red and blue.
It was blue.
3D. Look at that. 3D action. Rad Racer. Nintendo Entertainment says, look at that. 209 miles per hour. And you're
It was in the
Camaro.
The sports series.
Yes. Oh, yeah. And you could enjoy the whole 3D aspect of it for an entirety of like 3 minutes. And then you'd get a splitting headache. It's like playing the R Zone or the Virtual Boy. Man, you could play it for maybe 30 minutes. Then you'd get a splitting headache.
Oh, it kills. It kills.
Listen
So
to that engine.
if you've played any racing games from the 80s, I mean, this is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Is there anything better than the open roads and palm trees, blowing past some Volkswagen Beetles?
Yeah.
Get out of the way.
Oh, that's a weird thing. See, on the actual game, the speed is measured in kilometers per hour, but on the box art it says miles per hour. So that's a little confusing.
We don't know how fast we're going here in America.
Or I'm sorry, kilometers per X. So you're going 175 mystery units.
Solve for X, people.
Yeah.
177 kilometers divided by X. What do we got for that?
How fast are you going? And somehow
Oh.
you're racking up a score. I don't know what you're doing, but that keeps. This was made by Square. I didn't realize.
What do you think?
Wow.
Oh, and so now you like it a little bit better?
This was the SquareSoft. Oh man.
Oh.
You said made by Nintendo up there.
Well, yes, it was made by both, sir. It
Oh,
is
wait,
going
that's
up.
That's RC Pro-Am though. I'm
This,
sorry.
I'm sorry. We're switching over to the number 6. So Rad Racer was the 11th seed. The number 6 seed is RC Pro-Am. This was 13th overall by IGN. Computer and Video Games
Wow.
gave it a 90%. 32 tracks of racing thrills.
Is
but-
90% like an 8 out of 10 Sinclair rating?
I would say Sinclair has it at about an 8 out of 10 as always, but 32 tracks. Every single track was exactly the same. So that was kind of exciting. Here's some footage of this. So basically, you're driving a remote control car and there is lots of like little debris on the track, kind of Mario Kart-esque, and power-ups, of course. At least this game has miles per hour. So you knew how fast you were going. If you have a remote control car that goes up to 60 miles per hour, you are the most popular kid in your school, guaranteed.
That's a really fast remote control car.
It doesn't appear to be going that fast.
And yes, at least they got the information right. You got the got the miles per hour down there.
Yes.
And this game was a lot of fun. This game is funner than Rad Racer.
Which game is funner, people? Type in the chat. We need to know. RC Pro-Am versus Rad Racer.
The only thing I don't get is you and are you the same car the whole time, or are you just that weird pickup truck?
Yeah, I think. Well, they all appear to be pickup trucks, and I think you can choose your color.
Why wouldn't you want to race? Yeah, I want to race a car. I don't want to race a pickup truck.
Well, yeah, but it goes pretty fast though. It goes up to 68 miles per hour. I mean, let's go.
Yeah, look how huge they are compared to the trees.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is to scale. What scale?
I thought RC vehicles are supposed to be small.
Hey, at least it had miles per hour, and it did not have a 3D mode that gave you a monster headache.
Would
All
these be
right, so
considered like macro machines? They're just gigantic. This track
yeah,
is
at that point, do you even need the remote control? You just somebody could get in there and drive it.
yeah. That track, it looks small, but each track is like 100 yards wide. These
Oh,
gigantic.
32 tracks of racing thrills. Okay, people, what do you want to do? We need a winner. Type in 6 for RC Pro Am, 11 for Rad Racer. Maestro, I'm going to let you go first. Which game
right.
do you hate least?
Well, I think I'd be more thrilled with racing a extremely oversized pickup truck around a track instead of a IROC Camaro / Ferrari Testarossa going however many kilometers per X.
Okay, that's fair. I see what you did. All right, so you're picking RC Pro Am. I think I am as well. 32 tracks of racing thrills.
Yeah.
RC Pro Am is moving on to the second round.
Yeah, and it's a bit
Oh,
more fair too. You're racing giant pickup trucks against other giant pickup trucks. You're not racing a Ferrari and blowing past Volkswagens.
Volkswagens. Yep, that's true. Okay, so this next matchup, we're gonna have some Mario on Mario Crime. We have
Uh-oh.
Super Mario Brothers 2, which is the 3 seed in the game Genie region, versus the number 14 seed, Dr. Mario. What are we gonna do here, people? Mario Brothers 2 versus Dr. Mario. So, if I remember correctly, your opinion on Dr. Mario was that he's just basically a pill pusher.
he's he's definitely not licensed. I doubt that Mario's an actual doctor right there.
No.
He looks like he's cosplaying. I mean, what doctor is he? He's wearing that reflective mirror on his head that dentists wear, and
Mhm.
he's got a stethoscope,
Mhm.
and he's got a thermometer and a
He's
clipboard.
taking your temperature, old school style.
Yep.
Yep.
So why does he need the reflector for the temperature? And he's
His
got a
hands are
stethoscope.
full.
He's just all the
Let's check out
doctors
some.
right
Let's
now.
check out some gameplay. So he throws pills at you. He's
He
literally
does.
throwing pills at you.
He's filling up a jar of pills, and that's the other thing. Is this supposed to be a jar that's gonna be given to someone to take, but there's already viruses in the jar, and he's throwing pills in the jar?
That's a good question. What is going on? What is going on here? This is basically just a Tetris ripoff. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Or is there just bugs in a jar, and he's like, "I'm gonna kill them." So he dresses up as a
Get your bugs
doctor.
here.
Get your bugs here. So, in my opinion, I don't know. It looks like the viruses are pretty well contained in this jar.
Yeah, really.
They're not really going anywhere.
You throw pills at them and they disappear.
Mario's just kind of messing with them right now. He could be making super viruses by throwing all these pills.
What if you went to see your doctor and then Mario came in? What would be your thoughts?
Yeah, so and it would make more sense if there was just like a mouth there. and he was like pushing or throwing the pills like into someone's mouth, and you see all the viruses in them getting killed. But as it is, it's just a jar. I know what they're going for with this game.
Yeah, rip off Tetris.
Yeah, they needed a unique way to sort of do the Tetris formula, but this isn't so much a Tetris ripoff as it is an early version of Bejeweled or Candy Crush, if that
Yeah.
makes sense. So I think it's more in line with that. And in that aspect, it was kind of unique. It was a puzzle game. The format doesn't work. Dr. Mario is not a doctor. The viruses in the jar don't really make sense. But matching up the colors to kill the things, if you just overlook everything and focus on that, yeah, I can see how it would be fun for a little bit.
So you know who's going to Candy Crush him? I think it's going to be Super Mario Brothers 2. It was the 5th best-selling game on Nintendo. IGN's top 100, 18th place. What was Mario so mad about with these turnips? What is going on here, buddy? Why was he throwing turnips at people?
So this is his early foray into the medical realm. He was the holistic route as opposed to the pharmaceutical route. So instead of throwing pills at viruses, he's throwing vegetables at animals. in this game.
Oh man.
But there he is right there. Oh, and he just picks up and throws Shy Guys too. No
Get
wonder-
over here.
No wonder so shy. And you can see there he is right there. Look at the size of that turnip, and everything has a face. So a little backstory on this game. This is actually a Japanese game that was retooled. That Japanese game was Doki Doki Panic. And the reason why this is the Mario 2 we got in the United States is that the intended Mario 2 was thought to be too difficult for American players. So when Nintendo of Japan sent this game over for review to America, the guy that was reviewing it popped the game into, and this was the original Super Mario Brothers 2.
Fused Wizard loves it. Woo, Mario.
Woo!
All right, go ahead,
So-
Maestro.
Alrighty, excellent. Happy that you're here. Alrighty. So, the original Super Mario Brothers 2 was sent over to the United States for review. They popped it in, they played it, and the guy got killed pretty quickly by a poison mushroom. And he thought, this isn't fair. This is too
No.
hard.
I don't like
And
this.
so he sent that feedback back to Japan, and they agreed. And they used the characters from a game called Doki Doki Panic, and they basically reworked it with Mario characters to make what we know as Super Mario Bros. 2 in America. Now, you can still play the original Super Mario Bros. 2 in Super Mario Bros. All-Stars, only it's called Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels.
And it
and-
actually is pretty difficult. Have you played it?
Yeah, it is difficult, but you know what? It's good. It's another challenge, and man, I could play Mario Brothers all day.
Oh, definitely. And it's funny, with Mario movie just came out and it's dominating. So Mario
Mhm.
has lasted this long, and this was
Yeah.
this was 1988, people that were pushing on
Yes,
35 years ago.
That's another thing, and I might could get into more of how important Mario is when we
You will.
reach to like the original Mario. I might hold off to that, but Mario, in my opinion, may have saved the video game industry when it came out. So we can
that's a
get
hot
more
take.
we can get more into that. Yes, the hot take. I'm taking your title. Hot take hitman. You just kill hot takes. I create them and
I
you shoot
squash
them.
them. I squash them.
You throw
So,
turnips at 'em.
people, let us know which version of Mario is going on to the next round: Super Mario Brothers 2 or Dr. Mario. Type in 3 or 14. I think it's got to be Super Mario Brothers 2.
Yes.
Maestro, you with me on that one?
I am.
You're gonna
I
throw
am-
that
I am
turnip,
with you on that.
throw that turnip onto the
Throw that
second round.
turnip. I was always Luigi. I never played as Mario and Super Mario
What?
Bros. 2. Luigi jumped higher. Luigi was the star of
I
Super Mario Bros.
apologize for my look of disdain towards you, but
2.
Luigi?
Listen, yes.
Who picks Luigi ever?
I pick Luigi. Luigi
Why?
in Super Mario Bros. 2.
Okay, he's
Luigi is
taller,
the
he's
best character.
lankier.
He
No,
jumped higher and he jumped farther than Mario. Mario's actually the worst character to pick in that game.
wow. Now that's a hot take. How dare you?
Luigi, Princess, and Toad. Toad was like the fastest, especially there was a glitch in Super Mario Bros. 2 where if you picked up an object as Toad, you ran faster.
Yes.
So he's a good speed running pick. Luigi's
yeah.
a good speed running pick, but no one ever picked Mario in Super Mario Bros. 2.
Oh, it's me, Mario. You
On the
gotta.
bench.
I'm the number one pick. Don't you mess with a Luigi.
I'm a Bubson. There's not the princess to save, then I'm not no good.
All right, guys. Super Mario Brothers 2 is moving on. Where we'll face RC Pro Am in the second round. Okay, now it is the matchup you guys all came here for. Adventure Island 2 versus Crystalis. I've got to find that Adventure Island video. This is what the people want. This is what I want to watch. I could watch this video all day. Can you talk to me about Master Wiggins?
Master Wiggins was great in the original Adventure Island.
Uh-huh. Well, I don't know anything about that. All I know about is Adventure Island 2. Look at this gameplay. He's riding that toad. It's a baby wearing a hula skirt, and he's got a baseball cap, and he's riding a magic toad.
Did you call Master Wiggins a baby?
I think he's a child in the baby realm.
Did you say he was wearing a diaper? What did you say he was
No,
wearing?
it's a hula skirt.
It is a grass skirt. He's got
It's
a
possibly
baseball cap.
he might be in Hawaii, and he's throwing boomerangs or hatchets at people. Like
stone hatchets. Yeah.
Like he's coming in hot. Like, look at this action.
This island is just so full of adventure.
This is the second one.
Yeah.
The second island.
The second island? Or is it the second adventure on the same island?
That's a good question. It's probably a better island. Look at he's eating his bananas.
I think he just turns any island he goes to into an adventure.
Oh yeah. No, anywhere he goes, it's a party.
It's an automatic. If you're wearing red underwear or a hula skirt, then anywhere you go.
How do you not fall in love with this game? Like, this game should have swept America. Like, dominated the charts.
There's a little Hudson Soft B up there. Is this a Hudson Soft game, or am I just...
No, it was. It was Master Wiggins representing Hudson Soft. The good people at Hudson Soft.
Hudson Soft always sneaks their B into every game. There it is right there.
There's nothing soft about this game. IGN's top 100, 29th overall. All Game made the huge mistake. That's probably what got them out of business. They gave it a 3.5 out of 5. Seriously?
They didn't solicit Sinclair.
Sinclair would have given this a 10 out of 10, I believe.
Sinclair would go out of their comfort zone and rank this a 10 out of 10, huh? It'll take a lot of convincing.
This is a great game, people. I have never played it, but I could tell from the video that it is fantastic. It is going up against, I apologize, the number 10 seed, Crystalis. What do you think about Crystalis? You recently pumped this game, didn't you?
So, guys, guess what? This is one of the games that I haven't played, but I made it a point to play this game before the show. And it took a while. This game is great.
Is it?
This game is like right up my alley. This is an adventure game along the lines of Zelda and Adventures of Link. And the story of this game is really interesting too. So this is a game that really, really needs like a modern remake, a done well modern remake. So in this game, it's like a post-apocalyptic realm. You wake up, you have amnesia, and you got to go and defeat the Dragon Lord, or the Dragon King was his name. And you get a lot of different weapons. You get 4 different swords, and each group of enemies in the game is vulnerable to a different type of sword. So you have to figure out what they're vulnerable to and switch to that sword, and then you get different power-ups for the swords. And I don't know if any of you are going to play this game, but spoiler alert, when you get to the end of this game, you find out that you are actually the one that engineered the destruction of the world.
What? It has a twist ending?
And you put yourself into a coma to forget about it. And then you woke up, and then you're the one that actually goes and undoes all the terrible stuff that you did. This is actually a really good game. I was so surprised. I was like, oh man, there's two games that I played that I haven't played before, and both of them were fantastic.
That's awesome. I'm glad you got to go back and enjoy it. And I respect that you took the time to learn about it because you didn't know. GameSpot 8 out of 10, IGN's top 100, 42nd place. So put in the chat, people, what do you guys think? We have the number 7 seed Adventure Island 2 versus the number 10 seed Crystalis. Type in 7 or 10 for your winner. Maestro, I'm going to go to you first. Adventure Island 2 or Crystalis? Who are you sending to the second round?
Well, man, I might be a little biased right now, but I'm going to cast my vote for Crystalis.
Crystalis is his vote. This is so hard for me because I want this video to live on forever. I want this to keep advancing in the tournament. I have no idea if this is a great game, but Master Wiggins, look at that guy. He's having so much fun.
Man, that dragon just disappears too. Look at that.
Well,
where did it go?
He didn't last very long. I'm not going to
go back into the pocket that he has all the mallets in.
Oh. But if you played through Crystalis and you say it's as great a game as you say it is, I believe you. This is just it had my attention with such a fantastic video. Mm-hmm. And just, is there anybody cuter than Master Wiggins? Look at that little guy.
What about Kirby? Kirby's pretty cute.
Wiggins. I'm taking Wiggins over
Wiggins with his messed up mouth.
But chat, unless you disagree, I think Crystalis unfortunately is going to go on to the second round.
Wait a minute. What do you mean unfortunately? That is naughty.
Crystalis has knocked out Adventure Island 2. I am bummed, but it had to happen. So
Right.
we are going on to the last matchup in the Game Genie region. The number 2 seed, Castlevania 3, a Stone Cold classic, versus number 15 seed, Marble Madness. All right, so give me your initial thoughts on I think one of the greatest games of all time. Spoiler alert, Castlevania 3.
All right, man. Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse. I'm obviously very fond of these games, being the voluptuous vampire that I am.
Definitely.
I mean, even if I get killed, I'd probably, if I was in this game, I would probably get whipped, and I may or may not like it, but
Fair point.
This Castlevania 3 is everything that the original Castlevania was, just fine-tuned to near perfection. Not only are you pumping as Trevor Belmont this time, not Simon, but Trevor Belmont, but you got some friends along for the ride. You get to play as Silpha. You get to play as Grant, who can climb on walls. You get to play as Alucard, Dracula's son, and incidentally, Dracula spelled backwards. And being Silpha is my favorite because she's got the best abilities, I think. She's got the magic. You can throw lightning bolts, you can throw fire, you can throw ice. And this game is just a lot of fun. Again, the music is so good. I think it uses some of the tunes from both the original Castlevania and Castlevania 2. I'm not sure if Castlevania 2 is in this bracket or not, but just look at that cover art there. That looks like a book, like you would find in a bookstore. Dracula's Curse. Oh, and you could win a trip to Dracula's hometown.
What do you think? What do you think in 1990 that would entail?
And probably being dropped off in Transylvania. Just with your little swag bag and a baseball cap. What's all these people? Where's the McDonald's?
You're feeling yourself.
Yep.
You get to Transylvania.
Yep.
You got your little whip. All right, and
you got your play whip. Man, they'd just probably throw you into. There's this nuisance little maniac running around with a whip. I wonder how many kids are just in Transylvania with whips, whipping walls, looking for pork chops.
How negligent of Nintendo to drop a child off in Transylvania in 1990. That's reckless.
It'd just be never heard from again.
Win a trip and disappear forever. Buy Castlevania 3.
Well, I wonder what Nintendo would have to answer for. A kid dropped off in Dracula's hometown gets killed and drained of blood.
They get their lawyer Kirby, and he buys the family off. How much back then would it cost? 2-3 million?
Some strange child trafficking, where you just ship kids off it's like vampire food.
We have more contest winners for you.
You could win a trip to Dracula's hometown. Doesn't that sound nice?
Oh, that's funny. Okay, so the number 2 seed, Castlevania 3 versus Marble Madness. So this is a different kind of racing game. I guess more of like a time trials type game. It was made by Milton Bradley, which is also very interesting. Info magazine gave it 4 out of 5. Do you remember? You do. I remember you saying this. You played Marble Madness, didn't you?
I've given Marble Madness a couple pumps back in my day. Again, this is one of the early games that I've had that I pumped for the system before I really knew what was what and how to play. I mean, before I realized the different mechanic. The cover art just looked kind of fun. And Marble Madness is right, because this game can be maddening sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Just falling off pits, getting smashed by the obstacles, and watching your remains getting swept by a little broom into a dustpan. But I've seen some, and another thing, the music in this game is almost, it just fills you with tension and is almost irritating, if that makes any sense.
They want you to be freaked out. This probably gave many kids a lot of stress.
This ramped up the madness for marbles more than it really needed to be.
Did it need to be this mad?
No, it didn't. They took marbles and then they thrust madness upon these marbles.
Would you say it was even too maddening?
It was very maddening, yes. The Mad Hatter would throw his controller down.
The Mad Hatter of witty banter did not enjoy this game. This made him too mad. Would you say
of witty banter?
Would you say it made you too mad? to even continue?
It was very maddening and frustrating sometimes. Look at that. See right there. Look at just bouncing back and forth on the
and
walls.
it ramps up the tension with this like very tense music.
Yeah, just burrowed into your brain. And after a while, you just want to punch holes into the walls. But watching speedruns of this game is pretty fun too.
Yeah, that would be like interesting because you can't go very fast, and you had the D-pad, which was also like a huge nightmare. But I think we've talked about Marble Madness enough. I think Castlevania 3 in a route. What do you think?
Yes, I would agree.
Which sets up Castlevania 3 versus Crystalis. Okay, so that is the end of the first round for the Game Genie region. We whipped through the left-hand side of the bracket. Now we're going to the right-hand side. We have the blown cartridge region, where the number 1 seed is Super Mario Brothers 1. It's going up against the number 16 seed, Bart versus the Space Mutants. So we already talked about Mario before. The Mario has withstood the test of time. What else can you say about Super Mario other than this game was amazing and changed everything in the video game industry? Like you said, it possibly even saved the whole industry. The Mario series, as of this writing, has sold over 310 million units worldwide. IGN's Top 100, third place. Game Rankings gave it an 86%. Talk to me about Super Mario Brothers, the original.
Alrighty. So, yeah, as I said earlier, Mario Brothers and the Nintendo in general sort of resurrected the video game industry from the disaster that sort of Atari made. So back in the very early 80s, 70s era, the video game market was really oversaturated. There was a lot of different consoles out there. You had 3 different Ataris, the Atari 5200, 2600, 7200. You had the ColecoVision. You had the other Vision. I don't know. You had
all the Visions.
Had all the Visions. You had Double Vision. You had the Commodore 64. You had all the other computers. You had the Vectrix. You had so many different consoles, and they were just pumping games out. And you didn't know if they were good. There was just so many video games. And oddly enough, the one that gets rained on is E.T. from the Atari. And it was, I was going to say recently, but it has been proven that yes, they did try to bury a lot of copies of this game in a desert in Nevada, I believe, or New Mexico. I'm sorry, in New Mexico, because they found a bunch of crushed cartridges. And it wasn't just E.T. It was other games that got dumped in there too. But looking at some of the bad games from that era, E.T. wasn't actually the worst of them. There was a lot of bad games, and we can get into that on a later show too. We can have a worst game of all time.
That would be pretty funny. That'd be pretty funny too.
Yeah, just awful games. That would be a pretty funny show. But then Super Mario Brothers came along, and Nintendo came along, and sort of pulled the whole video game industry back up. And before Nintendo was a video game company, they actually made like trading cards, which just blows my mind. They're like playing cards and different toys like that. They're not known for that now, obviously, but thank you, Nintendo. We wouldn't be here without you. And obviously Shigeru Miyamoto and Super Mario Brothers. This is a fantastic game.
This is a really fun game.
Yes, this is an example of like an early physics engine almost. Having the momentum of your character being a factor in how you platform. The faster you go, being able to control yourself in midair was a new thing. You wouldn't be able to do that. That's part of what made this game so fun. And obviously the time aspect of it, the speedrunning community for this game is very, very healthy. And I think 2 years ago, the Warps record was broken again. It's almost to the point where it's optimized, where it's so tough. I think it's like not under 4 minutes. It's like 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes, the speed run for this game. But what else can you say about Super Mario Brothers? It's the quintessential Nintendo game. Without Super Mario Brothers,
well, I know Fused Wizard 47 loves it. Woo, yes, Mario. There we go.
Wizard 47 does love Mario.
He loves Mario, and we do too. You know what I don't love is who it's going up against. The number 16 seed, Bart versus the Space Mutants. It was made by Acclaim, sold over 1 million copies. Nintendo Power gave it a 66 out of 100. This was not a great game. Maestro, where'd you go?
Well, I don't know.
Where your feed has been lost, but I can still hear you.
Uh-oh.
What happened to your camera, sir?
I don't know. Webcam. Let me
No problem. Do what you got to do. I will carry on, sir. I can talk about Bart Simpson versus the Space Mutants. This game was. Oh, there you are.
Hey, am I back?
You're back.
Oh, that was so weird.
That was the roughest 20 seconds of my life. I can't, sir. I can't do this without you. Don't ever leave me again.
There we go.
I'm so codependent. I can't talk about Bart versus the Space Mutants without you. This game is so bad.
All you had to do was mention Bart versus the Space Mutants,
and you leave.
I just say that's it. I'm out.
I put on my X-ray specs, and you took off.
Yes.
This game sucked. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Like, I'm done with sugarcoating it, people. This game is awful. It's a number 16 seed for a reason. But it's funny to talk about Mario versus Simpsons, two of the biggest like franchises that came out of the 80s that are still going to this day, which is amazing. But this not a fun game. Did you like it?
No, I did not have a whole lot of fun with this game, to tell you the truth. Oh man, just the whole premise of finding all the stuff that's purple and turning it red doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Come on, you can do a better job. There's more. Just have you get through levels and fight an alien boss at the end. What was so hard about that? And instead, you have to platform through these bouncing aliens that don't do anything, that look nothing like the aliens that were in the opening cutscene. Those aliens actually look good. And guess what you got to do after you get done turning all the purple stuff red? You got to find all the hats and get rid of the hats. What sort of aliens are these? The premise was ridiculous. The platforming wasn't good. I mean, if you're going to do a platforming game, at least get that part right. Then do the story. They couldn't get that part right. Not a whole lot got right. They put Maggie wearing green for some reason.
And look how frustrated Bart looks. Like, he looks like how you feel right now.
He looks pissed. And why is it up to Bart to defeat these space mutants?
It's him. It's him. That's it. That's all we got defending us.
Oh, hey, there I am.
Hi.
I would defeat the space mutants. They should have picked me.
You would have done it. You would have done a much better job. If you had X-ray specs, are you really going to use it to fight aliens? I don't think so. I got other things in mind.
And it doesn't say aliens. It says space mutants.
All right. So
are those aliens or space mutants?
Yeah, right. They probably couldn't use aliens. They were afraid they would get sued. So that is the matchup, people. Super Mario 1 versus Bart and the Space Mutants. It has to be Super Mario Brothers 1 in a romp. What do you think?
Wallop.
They crushed them. Not even close.
Yeah.
I'm kind of bummed we talked about Bart that much. That was not.
Well, we just kind of really ragged on Bart. Poor Bart.
Poor Bart. Now you feel sorry for Bart?
I feel sorry for the situation Bart got put in.
Eat my shorts. Eat my shorts.
So Bart Simpson's going home.
Don't. Where's
Homer's not happy.
The American Gladiators scream. That's what we feel about Bart versus the Space Mutants.
No, I don't have it. I don't. Bart is going home, and Mario is moving on. Next, we have the number 8 seed Life Force versus the number 9 seed Battletoads. So Battletoads pretty much is just it looks like a TMNT ripoff. Is that true?
Yeah, pretty much. A lot of people tried to capitalize on the popularity of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Am I allowed to say that without getting copyrighted?
Oh yeah, no, you're gonna get sued into oblivion, but you got to do what you got to do.
I like Oblivion. It's nice and warm.
It was made by Acclaim, also the same as Simpsons, but this was better than the Simpsons, but still not great. It was a beat 'em up game, 4.5 out of 5. IGN's top 100, 40th. What was that level that was really difficult that nobody could beat?
The Turbo Tunnel.
Yes.
Everyone hated the Turbo Tunnel.
That thing sucked.
Especially if you were playing with a friend, because you could hurt each other. Especially on the way down in the pit. If you did your wrecking ball maneuver, you would kill your friend. You would have to warn him, hey, I'm doing the wrecking ball, get out of the way.
I'm going to wreck it. I'm gonna wreck it, people.
Some of the boss battles are real fun, like this one right here.
Yeah.
And a lot of the game was real fun. It's just it was so friggin' hard. And getting past the turbo tunnel was an effort in frustration. And especially if you're playing with a friend, if one of you got a game over, then both of you got a game over. So if one of you had like one life left, it would just the strategy was to just die and start over again with more lives so that you could get farther.
Is that ever a good strategy in a game? Just die.
Yeah, I remember it. I don't know if it was in the NES Contra or just in Super Contra or Contra 4 rather. I'm sorry, Contra 4, the Alien Wars on the SNES, where you could actually steal your friends' lives. If they were out of lives, they would just watch you play. If you press like start or something, you could actually take one of your lives.
Since you're the voluptuous vampire, you steal a lot of lives, I'm sure.
I would take lives all the time, but I was dumb about it. I would just do it to frustrate my partner or my brother, because I would steal a life as he was like jumping off a cliff, and my guy would backflip down straight into a cliff. Surprise! Stop stealing my lives.
So maybe he wouldn't have got his life stolen if he had more life force.
Ooh,
see what it did there?
I don't know.
No. Oh, this was made by Konami, 38th overall in IGN's top 100. All Game gave it 3.5 out of 5. We talked about Gradius earlier. This was the sequel. So a similar side-scrolling shooter game. Yeah. With these games, you kind of know what you're going to get. There's not much really to talk about. I think it was fun, but it wasn't like anything that changed too much about Gradius. It was just Gradius, but like slightly better.
Okay-ious.
Where these games are fun and everything, but like you get your power-ups, which for your power-ups, you're going to take more firepower, right?
Yeah, definitely having more speed is good too, to move out of the way, but you definitely want to upgrade your lasers as fast as you can and get more and more missiles as well.
Cyclop, you want that Cyclop going.
Cyclop ripple.
And it gave you the option of 1 player or 2 players, so they had that going for them. That was 1987's Life Force. So a close matchup, 8 versus 9. And this one, nothing really stands out. So I'm gonna let you pick this one, Maestro. Life Force versus Battletoads.
The power is in my hand.
You have the power.
I have the power.
Are you gonna force it, or are you gonna toad it?
Am I gonna battle a toad? All right, so this is what I think. Life Force is good. We played Life Force. Battletoads is frustrating, but I think the gameplay in Battletoads is a bit more unique, a bit more different, nuance. Yes, it's frustrating, but I think it's more fun to play with a friend than Life Force. So I'm going to have to cast my vote for Battletoads here.
All right, guys, he's toading. Battletoads is moving on to the next round. And I think that's one of the interesting things about the tournament is when you have multiple of the same game, sometimes they kind of drown each other out. So Life Force and Gradius, I think if only one of them had made the tournament, they would have stood out more. But having them both in there, you're just kind of like, well, maybe I'll vote for it next round. And then you're just like, I didn't really want to.
Castlevania being the exception there.
Right. But Battletoads is going to be moving on to the next round. Goodbye, Life Force. Thanks for coming. We are going to move on to and I know I've said this a few times, but this might be your favorite game in the whole countdown. We are going to go to the number 5 seed, Maniac Mansion, 1987, made by Lucasfilm. It was an adventure game. Eurogamer gave it a 9 out of 10. So in Europe, they loved this game. IGN's top 100, 61st place. So respectable. You highly rated it in our seeding tournament. So you got it up to a 5 seed. So talk to me about Maniac Mansion.
All right. First of all, Lucasfilm, what? Don't they make Star Wars games? No,
they do.
Not in this case. Yes, they do. They do, but not in this case. No. So they didn't have the rights to produce Star Wars games at this time, which
it's so funny.
They couldn't produce their own. So anyway, they made Maniac Mansion, which is actually an interesting spin on like a point and click adventure where you'd pick a party of kids, each with differing abilities. For example, one kid could develop film, another kid could fix the phone. One kid was a fraidy cat, but he could make music. And the point of this game is you have to rescue your girlfriend from this whole family of maniacs, pretty much, who has been influenced in their brain by this evil meteor that crash landed.
Hmm.
So you have to
That's-
figure out how to get to the lab, free your girlfriend, and take care of the meteor at the same time. And some of the methods that you could use to get there are extremely funny. For example, Weird Ed is one of the characters in this game, and he has a pet hamster. Now, one of the items that you need to get is actually under the pet hamster, and I believe it's the key to the lab. And there's a whole story about the lost key to the lab in this, but you could just take the key, you could take the hamster, then Weird Ed, who loves his hamster, by the way, would miss his hamster, and you could just go back and give it to him and be like, hey, I found your hamster. Here it is. He's like, oh, my hamster, you found him. And then he'll be your friend, and then he'll help you. He'll unlock doors. He'll get you into the lab. He'll defend you from the purple tentacle, which is another story. Or what you could do instead is you could take that hamster and you could put him in the microwave.
What?
And
Why?
you could explode the hamster. And then you could take the exploded hamster bits and present that back to Weird Ed.
I bet he didn't like that.
Here's your hamster. Oh, Weird Ed didn't like that at all. He would
He
flip
became
out,
Angry Ed.
and he would kill you. You would lose that kid.
Oh,
And that's the one aspect of this. So if you have critical items or mission critical items belonging to one kid, and that kid dies, you lose those items. So you wouldn't be able to beat the game. So you have to be able to pass off different items from one kid to a different kid. You have to be strategic about where all these different kids are. For example, I would just take the most useless one, plant him in the dungeon, because there's a loose brick in the dungeon that if you push, it opens the door. But there's only a limited amount of time to do that. So if one of your good kids gets put in the dungeon, I would have the useless kid push the brick while the other kid stood by the door. And once the door opened, then that kid would escape. So that's one of the strategies that you would have to employ. You could also kill the kids in different weird ways. You could put radioactive water in the microwave, open the microwave, and die from radiation poisoning. You could empty the pool, which was acting as a nuclear coolant.
what I noticed was one of the options for, if you look at the bottom right, new kid,
Yes.
you can turn him on. So how do you turn on the new kid?
Oh, so that's new kid is actually if you want to switch your character.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Turn on is if you want to turn on a light switch or turn on the microwave.
You weren't actually turning him on.
Correct. Yeah, you weren't actually turning on the kids. That would be weird.
Maniac Mansion, the number 5 seed,
Yes.
and that is going up against the number 12 seed, which is a Duck Hunt. If anyone had the original Nintendo and bought it when it first came out, you probably remember Duck Hunt. IGN's Top 100, 77th place, so they gave it a little bit of love. This was a fun game, like for what it was. Obviously, it wasn't super in depth, and you're probably not going to play it for too long. But anybody that had this game played it for at least a little while.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about Duck Hunt?
Well, this was the game that sort of introduced the Nintendo Zapper, which is a
Definitely.
very interesting concept. And when you're a kid, you're like, how does this even work? Well, but it did for a little bit. I know everyone's Zapper was quirky, and there was a lot of quirkiness with the Zappers and a lot of hacks to fix them. But this version right here has a little crosshair, so I'm not sure what version. It says European version on the box art. I'm not sure if the European version had a crosshair.
The European version was a little bit classier than the American version.
The European version have like European ducks
Ooh la la.
instead of the green-headed mallards.
And what was the dog noise? Can you do the dog laugh?
Ooh. Is that pretty close?
I think so. So we have the European version of Duck Hunt versus Blast and Maestro's possibly favorite game of all time, Maniac Mansion. Please put in the chat 5 or 12. Maestro, who are you taking in this one? Or do I even have to ask?
Well, you probably don't even have to ask, but if you compare just like, all right, let's go with the ending. So the ending of Duck Hunt is, I don't even think there is an ending to Duck Hunt. You get a high score, and there's actually a kill screen for Duck Hunt. You can get to a point in Duck Hunt where it's impossible to hit the ducks. They're just glitching all over the map, and that's like a kill screen in Donkey Kong or Pac-Man. They just didn't program an ending that I'm aware of. Maniac Mansion, you could get an ending where you, the house, and everything in a 5-mile radius goes up in a nuclear explosion. You could stuff the meteor into the weird Etzel, blast it through the garage up into space. You could write a script for the meteor, have it go on a talk show, and that's the ending. Or you could betray the meteor and write a script for the meteor, have it say, yeah, I've given up a life of crime and now I'm famous, and then have the meteor police come and arrest the meteor. Man,
you've somehow convinced somebody in chat to vote for Maniac Mansion. That we got a 5.
Pixel Pixie is on my side.
Pixel Pixie agrees with you. No love for Duck Hunt, huh? No 12s in chat. All right. I'm sorry. Go on. Talk more about Maniac Mansion.
Those poor ducks.
One of these days, you're going to be talking about Maniac Mansion, and it's just going to bring a tear to your eye, and you're just going to openly weep in the stream, and I'm not going to know what to do. I just love it. So.
My exploded hamster.
Weird Ed just made me vote for it. Pixel Pixie agrees. You love it. So I'm going to go with you, and Maniac Mansion is moving on to the second round. Goodbye, Duck Hunt. Can you do the dog laugh one more time, please? Goodbye, Duck Hunt. You are going home. Moving on, we have the number 4 seed, Zelda 2, Adventure of Link, versus the number 13 seed, Little Nemo Dream Master. So this is an interesting matchup because we were calling him Little Dreamo the other day.
That's right.
And I just think that name is so much better. Like, it was like right there. Why didn't they just call it Little Dreamo?
Yep, Little Nemo, Dream Master.
What does a colon have to do with it?
I don't know. You put that there.
Oh, he probably does have to go to the bathroom because he's up all night being scared by these demons outside of his bed. Like, what is going on here? Flying crocodiles, a tree that's going to eat him. This was made by Capcom, 1990. IGN's top 100, 68th overall. Do you remember Little Dreamo?
I might have given this game a rent when I was little. I know I played this, but I just don't remember a whole lot about it. So we're just gonna have to go off the cover art, I think.
It's pretty funny.
It's do you have any gameplay footage for this?
I think I do. Let me look. It definitely did not. Oh yeah, he's in Mushroom Land. So it's still a purple-haired boy, and he's fighting snails and another frog. Of course, frogs are in all these games. He's wearing his little onesie pajamas.
Ooh, that was an awful death there. Oh man.
Why is he in the mushroom forest? Like, what is he dreaming about? Like, what did he?
He's having a good dream. He must have had some mushrooms before he went to bed.
Nemo's giving us problems again. Let's give him some mushrooms and pass out.
The Dream Master. It sounds like it almost sounds like a Freddy Krueger.
Oh, definitely.
Freddy Krueger game.
They probably were developing this as a Freddy game, then they lost the rights.
Dream Warriors, yes.
We'll just put some kid. Oh, and I think there was a Dream Master movie too. So
was that the Macaulay Culkin movie, or was that the Page Master? I think that was the Page Master, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Like Macaulay Culkin was in it for a little bit, and then it was animated.
I think you were dreaming because I don't remember that movie at all.
I totally remember that movie. Page Master. Come on, guys. Come on, chat. Back me up.
Does anyone remember Page Master? I don't think so, buddy.
Page Master from Macaulay Culkin.
I've seen every Macaulay Culkin movie, and
you haven't seen Page Master. It might have not been Macaulay. You've seen The Good Son?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe you've seen some Macaulay Culkin movies.
I've seen all except the Page Master. It is going up against Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. So Zelda 2 wasn't as popular as the first Zelda. IGN's Top 100 gave it a 21st place, but still a really fun game. Do you remember Zelda 2?
Do I? Yes, this is another game I played. In fact, here it is.
Hey, man, a golden cartridge. That must have cost you thousands.
It was gold. I didn't. This was a gift. I didn't buy this game. This is the game I still have from when I was a little kid.
Pure gold.
It was pure gold. So
Pure gold, Jerry.
As you can see, this is the game that is most well known for like this sort of perspective. But we've covered a couple of games that, including Xanadu, that are similar-ish. And the RPG elements are new for the Zelda platform. And by RPG elements, I mean you can level up. That's not usually something you could do in Zelda games, at least the Zelda games that I'm familiar with.
Why did they change it? Why did they change it? Zelda 1 went so well. Like, why would you mess with that formula?
So that's the knock. The biggest knock on this game is it looks different from all the other Zelda games. But back when this game was brand new, there was only this game and the original Zelda game. So there wasn't an established quote-unquote format.
That's true.
But this game does have a reputation of being very hard. The difficulty ramps up extremely fast. I think one of the second levels or second areas you get into is Death Mountain. And if you're not powered up, you just get, oh man, you get destroyed. You get destroyed, and it's very frustrating. And the level up methods in this game can be tough too. If you don't know like the right way to level your character up, for example, when you beat a dungeon and you put the crystal in the totem, I guess it is, you automatically get enough points to level up one aspect, magic, life, or attack power. So if you wait until the very end to level all that up, then you won't have to spend a lot of time grinding to get all those points, because it'll automatically give you enough points to level up one attribute. And a lot of people didn't know that, or didn't catch on to that. You're a kid. Yeah, I mean, you don't know. You're not strategizing how to play these games when you're a kid. But again, that's another game that I revisited in my more mature years and had a blast playing it. This is a game that gets a bad rap, and a lot of people, I've heard both ways. I've heard that this is a great game. I've heard this is a hard game. I've heard this is a crap game. I've heard everything about this game. But in my opinion, I think this is another win for the Nintendo. This is a great game.
I think it is too. It is a good game. It gets a bad rap, but I don't think there's any chance Little Nemo's going to knock it out. So I'm voting Little Dreamo. Go back to bed. Zelda 2 with the win. What do you think?
Keep dreaming, Little Dreamo.
Little Dreamo, you're out of here. All right, so here we go. The number 6 seed, River City Ransom, versus the 11 seed, A Boy and His Blob. So River City Ransom is another. We have a few of these, just like tough guy, 1980s beat 'em up type games, and to me, this was like a really great genre. And like as a kid, this was stuff I was into, like fighting people and wearing a white t-shirt and rolling it up and slicking your hair back. And like it got 15th overall on IGN's Top 100. So obviously like Igan really loved it. What did was there any Sinclair love?
Oh, let me see. Game ranked 78%. I think that's slightly below the Sinclair line. But Igan liked it a lot. Igan definitely ranked it above the Sinclair line.
Let's check out some footage. So you pick up a chain. There's a pink guy in glasses. They're throwing chains at you.
That guy's walking on the wall there. He's kind of spazzing out. He doesn't know what to do.
You drop a silver dollar when you beat up somebody. Like this is the height of coolness in the 80s. Beating people up and taking their silver dollars.
So in stark contrast to Double Dragon, when nobody's wearing any sleeves, this is a beat 'em up where you're wearing sort of an office casual attire. Yeah. You're wearing your royal blue pants with your short sleeve collared shirts.
On your lunch break, you would go out and beat a few people up, and then you'd go back to work.
You would need to get their silver dollars so you could buy lunch. And it's a good thing that when you go outside, there's a whole gang of there's a whole gang of pink shirts there. Oh God, that guy is
Alex is getting destroyed there.
He's not coming back from lunch. He's gonna have to go back and punch back in hungry. You just got a chain thrown at him.
Oh man, this is just like the type of game I was into in the day.
Yes.
Just picking up a chain, beating people up, and I don't know why we're fighting. I don't think there was much of a storyline, but if you're wearing a pink shirt, I know you're a baddie, and I must destroy you.
That guy, he just man, that guy with the glasses is just relentless.
The best is when he just takes it right. And his eye just bulges out of his head.
Right in the back of the head with the chain.
He's so tough, he didn't even go down. He took a chain to the back of the head. His eye almost popped out, but that
guy.
He didn't even go down.
That guy's brown bread. He's dead.
That is number 6, River City Ransom. So like that is a popular one in our history, but it is going up against the number 11 seed, A Boy and His Blob. This was made by Absolute I apologize. David Crane's A Boy and His Blob. He was so proud of it, he put his name on there.
Yes. Trouble in Blobolonia.
I thought you were going to say Trouble in Little China. No, it was Trouble in Blobolonia. I don't know what that means.
Little China. Blobolonia is having some trouble.
Big trouble?
Big trouble in Little Blob.
He wasn't that little. I think he was normal size. How big was that blob?
Well, what's the basis for blobs? Oh, there's Dave right there.
There he is. Dave Enrick.
He inserted himself into the actual, or in Jess too. Dave, Rick, and Jess.
I just love how happy he is when he's just hopping along. Look at Dave running.
That's a happy blob right there.
He whistles and he's just, Get
over here, blob.
Oh, he's so happy.
I don't know why he can't just tell him to turn into a ladder. He's got to feed him. He's got to feed him a licorice jelly bean.
He needs that specific jelly bean to turn into what you need. But that was the cool thing, because there was different puzzles, and he would change into what you needed for that to solve that. So I thought that was pretty cool. It was a unique game. It's definitely different than any other game out there. So I don't think it was great, but it was definitely like fun and interesting.
Yeah, it was like an undercover nutrition PSA, basically. You have to get that money. See that treasure up there? Yes. If you got a lot of treasure, then you'd be able to afford a Vita Blaster. And depending on how much treasure you got and how many points you have, you got different vitamin packs, and that's what you use to kill bad guys or shoot bad guys, is the Vita Blaster. And King Blob, I forget his name, but you shoot him with the Vita Blaster. Actually, if I remember right, all you really do is shoot like a jar of vitamins that are just chilling out on a shelf above his head, and they tip over and pour out on top of him, and then you win the game. And he's like, "Thank you. I was just eating sugar and candy canes, but you gave me vitamins. Now I don't have to murder my entire people."
So the trouble in Blobolonia was people were eating too much candy?
Yeah, the trouble in Blobolonia is the king was stuffing too many Cinnabons down his face.
As kings often do. They're so good.
Yeah, Cinnabons, especially with the icing.
Boy and His Blob, I like it because it's unique and interesting. But River City Ransom, I mean, let's go, right?
Yeah, okay. Yes,
I don't have any other.
Yes, I will put on a pink shirt right now.
Yes.
And get my
roll
chain.
Up your sleeve a little bit. Bring your chain. Bring your silver dollar. River City Ransom on to the next round.
Get your chain, your pink shirt, your silver dollar. Let's go.
Yes. Blobolonia, see you later. You're gone. And River City Ransom moves on. Next matchup, the number 3 seed Final Fantasy versus the number 14 seed Double Dribble. I thought you were going to do the sound effect.
Oh, what sound effect for what?
Double Dribble.
Double Dribble. Double Dribble.
Konami was doing that with their sports games. Okay, so Final Fantasy You know the franchise, people. This was the original 1987. Sold over 1.3 million copies. IGN's top 100, 11th. It was definitely not the best Final Fantasy, but like to get the ball rolling, it was like a very, very solid effort. It was very popular in its time, and I think we have a clip I can play here. Yeah, you know the deal. You're a wizard. You got a ginormous hat, and you're gonna battle up against these weirdos, these imps.
Yep.
Were you in 1987? Were you imping?
I was imping it good. Look at those. Yeah, that is a Final Fantasy wizard right there. That is. What do I want to say? That is very distinct. Like when you see that, that's Final Fantasy. But unlike other RPGs at this time, you got to control 4 people in your party.
That is pretty sweet.
And obviously, the music in this game is some of my favorite music across all Final Fantasies up into like Final Fantasy 11, I think. When Nobuo Uematsu, yeah, the victory fanfare, yes.
I know. When you do something good in the stream, I should just be like,
yeah. See, I even know what game that's from. God, is that the? I think that theme was from Final Fantasy 9.
Listen, Imp, we're here to talk about Final Fantasy 1. Get your big hat. Get your big hat and head into the forest.
Get my big hat, my bathrobe, and let's cast some spells. Final Fantasy.
He looks like these imps look like somebody that'd be stealing your pizza from the late 80s, and you'd have to catch them.
Those imps are they have horns on them. They're super horny. They got little daggers. But
yeah, but they don't stand to fight when you have magic. You have a drink. You could run if you wanted to, but you have a magic drink. Let's go.
Magic drink. You could run. You could fight. You could item.
You item it out. You can miss.
Yep. You could mauve.
You could swag. You got emu. You were probably an emu guy. I was more a swag or a bow type guy.
Man, yes. Get your pointy straw hat and your blue bathrobe. It's time for some Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy 1987. That is a number 3 seed, and it is going up against the number 14 seed Double Dribble, which was not a great basketball game. And I know you even had a more favorite basketball game that we could have included. Yeah. But this is what we did. The cutscenes. Look at the cutscenes. When you're dunking and it goes into black and white, and some random guy putting it in, like that's sports right there. That is sports.
Yeah, this game is all about those dunking cutscenes. If you
pink versus green.
Yeah,
there you go.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I could just see you. Yeah, when you dunked it, you were just like, yes.
Sometimes you would miss. I remember the sound effects too. The when you would just brick.
Yeah, this gameplay, like it's hard to see why this didn't get more popular.
You got the fans on the sidelines just hammer fisting themselves in the crotch.
I hate this so much. I'm going to punch myself.
The music is very hockey or baseball-esque and doesn't seem to fit the basketball aesthetic, but like you mentioned earlier, I think Arch Rivals is a more fun basketball game.
Yeah, but is Arch Rivals named after a specific violation in its own sports? Double Dribble is a traveling violation, sir.
Yes, and the funny thing is there's much more violating happening in Arch Rivals.
That is a lot of violating. Yes. I would say Double Dribble 1987 was not that great a game. I think Final Fantasy has to get this one. What do you think?
They got goaltending happening right on the cover of Double Dribble. Konami's goaltending.
Let me zoom in on the cover. Yeah, that's definitely goaltending. The guy in the top is traveling. It's just like,
yeah,
it would probably be a lot more fun if there was more cheating going on. But yeah, this was not a great game. I think it's got to be Final Fantasy. Put in the chat if you disagree. 3 or 14. I'm picking Final Fantasy.
Yes, Final Fantasy all the way.
All right, so that sets up an interesting matchup. It's going to be Final Fantasy versus River City Ransom.
River City Ransom.
Hell yeah! Like, look at these good-looking men. Like, they're some good-looking dudes. All right, so now,
all you need is some navy blue pants and a rolled up dress shirt.
oh my gosh, and I'm gonna go beat some people up so I can get some silver dollars.
You need those silver dollars.
We have the number 7 seed Tecmo Super Bowl versus the number 10 seed Kid Icarus. So I spoiler alert, I love Tecmo Super Bowl. This was one of the games I pumped religiously as a child. It was voted by ESPN the greatest sports game of all time. So not the greatest Nintendo sports game, not a great sports game, the greatest sports game of all time. Just let that sink in with you. Like this was 1991. Yeah, go ahead.
So at the time, ESPN voted this the greatest sports game of all time, or if we pulled them again, like right now, they would.
If we asked ESPN right now, they would say this is the greatest sports game of all time.
You sure they wouldn't say golf?
And if anyone knows sports, it's ESPN. All Game gave it a 4 out of 5. IGN's Top 100, 53rd. This was just a great game. It was it took Tecmo Bowl, which was a fun game, and made it better. It had all the teams, it had all the players. You were able to keep stats, you were able to play a whole season. Like I remember like a great time with it. There you go. You see some kickoff action and tackled at the 3-yard line. Like, does it get any better than that? Just returning a kickoff 3 yards. Like, let's go, people. Thurman Thomas, Buffalo Bills, like you can't stop him. Like, look at that speed. Well, they eventually stopped him, but he still had some breakaway speed. Do you remember Tecmo Super Bowl?
Yeah, it's better than Tecmo Bowl for sure. I'll give you that. But putting super in front of bowl is well, we know
it was super.
It was a Super Bowl. Tecmo Super Bowl.
Fused Wizard 47 commented, so what's the best Nintendo game ever? I think you're looking at it. I think you're looking at it right here. Fused Wizard, it has got to be Tecmo Super Bowl. What do you think?
We got some fanboy slappage happening right now.
Hey, the people have spoken. ESPN has spoken.
Would Tecmo Super Bowl, would Bo Jackson be able to stand up to a dude with glasses and a pink shirt and a chain? I don't think so.
That would be a great matchup. Hopefully Tecmo Bowl makes it that far in the tournament. I would love to see that.
Tecmo River City Super Bowl.
Tecmo Super Bowl versus River City Handsome. Who do you guys got in the chat? What do you think?
River City Handsome team. Their own. It's like the longest yard.
Oh. Speaking of handsome, what about Kid Icarus? This was IGN's Top 100, 20th overall. That seems really high. 1987. It was a platform game. Nintendo Magazine gave it 68%. Kid Icarus. Do you remember this one?
Yeah, I do remember this one. This was one of the earlier releases. I think we pumped a couple of games here that has one of those little icons in the bottom detailing what sort of game it is. And that was the sort of information that you didn't really know back then because there's no reviews. There was Nintendo Power, but I don't think Nintendo Power was around at the time Kid Icarus came out. But Kid Icarus is an interesting game. It can be frustrating if you don't know what to do. Leveling up in this game, there's a trick to it, and it's one of those weird wraparound games where if you exit the side, you would pop out on the other side, and that's a mechanic that you would sort of have to stumble upon. But Angel Land Story, Kid Icarus,
right?
And oddly enough, the character's name is not Icarus in this game.
It's Kid.
It is Pit.
Pit Icarus.
Pit Icarus.
Or Kid Pit.
It is Pit Icarus, who is Kid Icarus. Pit. And he's an angel, and Medusa's turned all of his friends into stone, and he has to kill Medusa. That's the point of the game. And along the way, he gets powered up. He gets to free a lot of his angel friends who help him in boss battles. If you don't, the leveling up trick is kind of frustrating because you don't know what's going on. It doesn't tell you that you need a certain amount of points in order to get into upgrade rooms. If you don't, the upgrade just isn't there. It doesn't give you really any indication that there should be something there. And if you don't know that ahead of time, you could end up being very underpowered halfway through the game. And that's no fun. That's how you get frustrated, and that's how you quit, and that's how you But I know today a lot of games hold your hand a little too much, but there's a happy medium, especially with games like Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, Kid Icarus to a lesser degree, not Sam, but Metroid. Some of these other games really needed some more guidance, needed some more clues to limit the frustration. But if you know what you're doing, Kid Icarus is a fun game.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is a fun game. Kid Pit.
Pit Icarus.
I don't think it has a chance. I'm going to use my veto power, and I am going to overwhelm you. And Tecmo Super Bowl is going on to the next round. No ifs, ands, pits about it.
Come on, chat. Save me.
Nope.
Save Kid Icarus, chat. Come on.
Nope. There's no chat. There's no
love.
chat coming through for
Kid Icarus.
No,
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Hit the pits. Kid Icarus is gone.
I can't believe that.
Now we are going on to Mega Man 2 versus Tecmo World Wrestling.
Use your veto power.
There is
look at we do have
Go Icarus.
Look at that. Come on, look at
Fuse
that.
Fuse Wizard. I appreciate the support, but I've used my veto power. I already used it. I already used my veto power. Fuse Wizard.
We're taking this to the appellate court here.
I got to go back.
We're appealing the decision.
Not happening.
Oh my god! Come on, Fuse Wizard. I'm with you.
The fuse is loose, but he's not.
He's a wizard.
He's not a wizard.
Fuse Wizard.
Oh, he's a wizard. Yes, but Kid Icarus is an angel boy, like some sort of angel boy, and he's going home. I'm sorry.
You can't make a wizard angry. You've seen what the blue robes and the pointy hats do. Yeah,
Final Fantasy was a couple minutes ago, bud. Like, go back.
This is. I'm getting my pink shirt and chain.
All right. We've gotten our silver dollars together. We've gotten our pink shirts. Let's move on. We have Mega Man 2, 1989, made by Capcom, 8 out of 10 by EGM. Igan gave it a 4th place overall in its top 100. Mega Man 2, look at that cover art. Like, what is going on there?
Man, Mega Man has suffered some of the worst cover art curses of any game.
That's not good.
The NES. Oh man, if we had the first cut, the first is definitely the best. The artist was definitely drunk and didn't know how to draw necks. But this one, again, apparently they didn't get the memo that Mega Man doesn't actually have a gun. His arm is the gun.
Yeah, no, he's definitely holding a gun there, and he's firing at some leotard wearing weirdos.
Yes, and it looks like Quickman, I believe that's Quickman, is dodging right into the shot.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with Mega Man's ankle there, like he's skidding to a stop while running very fast.
He's this close to falling off the ledge.
Or he's breaking an ankle. He's got that weird old-timey ski helmet on with the visor up.
Right.
And you got Drill Man just kind of chilling on a platform in the background. It doesn't even look like he's holding the gun.
No, but this is a great game, though. Cover art aside, this is one of the best Nintendo games of all time. And here's some action. Can he jump? There was one thing. If there's one thing he can do, is jump and swim. And handsome lad.
The physics are a bit different underwater. That's why the jump is probably like that. And see those little mines up on there. You got to watch your jumping in this level because you'd get pumped.
Yeah, you totally
too high.
Oh, this is my favorite right here. The two levels are normal or difficult.
Yes, that was unique to the North American version of this game. In Japan, where Mega Man was known as Rockman, there was just the difficult setting for this game. So, and I believe that is the game that is normally speed runned the most is the Japanese version. Rockman 2.
And look at Rockman's hair just blowing in the wind. Like,
those
look
luscious locks.
Oh, handsome man.
Mm-hmm.
Mega Man 2. It would be difficult to knock this game out.
Definitely better looking than Master Wiggins.
There could be, I would say, yeah. So Fuse Wizard believes that his hair is luscious.
Yeah, see?
Look at his luscious, look at those locks. Like he is a handsome man. I think this.
See, that should have been one of the Robot Masters, Handsome Man. There isn't, but there isn't.
Rock man.
He just winks at you.
He's a good-looking, weird little guy, Mega Man 2, and he's going up against Tecmo World Wrestling 1990.
These are two not as
GameSpot-
good looking guys.
But they're oiled up though. GameSpot gave it an 8 out of 10. IGN's top 100 69. Nice.
Again.
Let's see. Do we have any footage for Tecmo World Wrestling? We do. You're welcome, people. So up top, two guys wrestling around in their underwear, and the bottom half of the screen was commentary, which I don't even know what you would look at. Would you look at the wrestling, or would you look at the words on the bottom? A backdrop. Boy, did he hit it. Dragon moves out of the way. Boy, did he get hammered.
He got hammered. DDT. It looks like Betty White is commentating.
No, they licensed Betty White from Golden Girls, and they got her attached. A pile driver. So this was an interesting game. The gameplay up top looks fun.
Was interesting. That was pretty cool. The commentating part at the bottom was pretty interesting.
That makes no sense. It takes up almost half the screen.
Mm-hmm. It does, and there is better wrestling games. Some of the licensed WWF games are better. There's some of them are worse. I mean, there's a lot of wrestling.
I have a wrestling arcade game right behind me that's way better.
Yeah.
We should do arcade. Oh, we should do arcade games. That'll be a good episode. We do the 64 best arcade games.
Ooh.
Oh,
that would be
so
fun.
Think about it. Put it in chat. You guys want to see 64 best arcade games of all time?
Yeah.
So that is Tecmo World Wrestling. We have to make a decision. Mega Man 2 or Tecmo World Wrestling? What are we going to do? Oh, the arcade games. Fused Wizard 47 says yes.
Yeah. Fused Wizard is very engaged.
I like it. We are going to do a tournament with arcade games. All right. So Mega Man 2 or Tecmo World Wrestling. Well, I kind of forced through the last game. So I'll let you pick this one.
Yeah, you did. Let's see. Well, I'm going to immediately seed myself against that by pumping Mega Man 2 in there.
There we go. Those luscious locks, those gun, is it a gun? Is it his hand? We don't know, but
Mega Blast.
Oh, that sets it up right there.
Yeah.
Mega Man 2, Tecmo Super Bowl, round 2. That could be a final. That could almost be a final. Those two games are so good.
It's very delusional.
How dare you? Delusional, sir? Get out of here. Okay, we are moving on to the next matchup. Super Mario Brothers 3, which is a 1 seed. We've moved on to the Konami Code region. The Konami Code region. The number 1 seed, Super Mario Brothers 3 versus the 16 seed, Track and Field. Super Mario Brothers 3 was probably my favorite game as a kid. Like, it was so much fun. I remember it from the movie The Wizard with Fred Savage. Like, that's where I was introduced to the game. And as soon as I seen that movie, I was like, I have got to get this game. And that game pretty much changed everything. It has sold over 18 million copies. IGN's top 100, they put it in first place. And Computer and Video Games gave it a 98%. This is almost a perfect video game. Talk to me about Mario 3.
Well, there's not a whole lot of bad that you could say about Super Mario Brothers 3. And this is in many ways a love project, a passion project from the good people over at Nintendo and R&D 3. After they sort of patched together Super Mario Brothers 2, they really wanted to make a really, really, really good original Super Mario Brothers game. And they really outdid themselves with this one. All the different items, all the different power-ups, the different ways to warp around the levels, giving you lots of replay value. All the different tricks, all the different speedrun methods for this game. I mean, there's not a whole lot of bad going on with Super Mario Brothers 3. And this is a contender for the best NES game of all time. I think that was a question in chat there. Which is the best one?
Yeah, so Fused Wizard, what's the best Nintendo game ever? I think Super Mario 3 is definitely
a contender.
A very, very, very strong contender. It's a number 1 seed for a reason. It is going up against the number 16 seed, Track and Field. So this game is not so good, but it was made by Konami, 63% from Metacritic, not ranked in IGN's top 100, but I like sports games. I liked that this was a ripoff of the Olympics. It didn't have to pay for the Olympic name and license, so it got away with it. But it was like a bunch of like mini games. So here you can see some skeet shooting. This was
Yep.
yeah. This was some actual gameplay right here, people.
Here you can see some skeet shooting. Yep.
Mario 3, look out. The one cool thing about it was it gave you like a score to try for. So here you had to qualify with 2,400. So at least it gave you like a mission. So if you didn't do it, you would come back to do it. And the world record was 4,300. So you knew like you could try to beat a high score and make the rankings up there. So at least it was kind of fun. And there was 8 different games. I remember the running, the sprinting, and the hurdles. You were just button mashing galore. A B A B A B A B. Your fingers felt it definitely, but it was make sure you look at make sure you guys look at the dude.
He's got very animated sunglasses there. That might be a violation. I don't think you're allowed to have
Dude,
that sort of
he
equipment.
is so impressed with himself. His glasses are wiggling.
I'm more interested in how his glasses are doing that.
Is that even allowed in a tournament? Can you have glasses that slide down like that?
I still think that's like a kid dressed up to look like a dude.
He's got a fake mustache.
Yeah, has a fake mustache, a hat. He's got the motorized, mechanized.
Hey,
glasses.
how old are you? Are you allowed to be in this tournament? Oh yeah, sir. I'm definitely 18 or whatever age I need to be for this.
I'm qualified.
I am one of the best skeet shooters in the entire world, sir.
Alrighty, let's show them. Let's just dump every single skeet we have, because that's what it looks like.
Oh, okay. So, put in chat 1 or 16. Who do you got in this matchup? Super Mario 3 versus Track and Field. I gotta say, Super Mario Brothers 3 destroys track and field, right?
Yeah, well, yep, it totally destroys track and field. I think Super Mario could shoot down more skeets than that whoever that was.
Dude, now, that would be a better game if when he gets the leaf and he's flying around as that raccoon, if he could just knock the skeets out of the air.
Yeah, could we insert Super Mario in the track and field? We could have him run with the Goomba boot.
Oh, we got Fuse Wizard wiggling glasses forever. I mean, those
that would you know what would be funny if we invented some sort of mechanism that you could just push a button and it would just move your glasses up for you. You didn't have to,
that's I know, who cares about 12th version of an iPhone. I want the wiggling glasses. Come on, people, let's go.
I want my glasses to vibrate.
All right, well, wiggling glasses forever aside, it has to be Super Mario Brothers 3. There's no way track and field is even in this matchup. So
Wizard wants track and field.
He loves that track and field, but I'm not giving him that.
That's the wiggling glasses is the only thing that gives it any sort of traction.
He is Jarvis set glasses to wiggle.
Yes.
A little Iron Man reference.
Yes.
Fused Wizard is really pushing for track and field, but it has to be Mario. I'm sorry.
If it was up against another game, maybe. But
yeah, we can't. Yeah, get behind Fused Wizard 47. Get behind one of these other games, and we will show you some love. But it cannot be that one. We have Tetris versus Excite Bike, the number 8 versus the number 9 seed. Tetris, one of the most popular brands probably of all time. Everyone has played Tetris, I would say. I feel pretty comfortable in saying everyone's played Tetris. It has sold over 8 million copies. IGN's top 100, 48th overall. This came out in 1989. You've played Tetris, correct?
Yeah, I've played Tetris a lot. Tengen Tetris, regular Tetris, Tetris on the Game Boy.
Yeah, I remember that one very well.
I think there's a movie coming out about Tetris, which
there's something. I believe it's on Apple TV. It's either a show or a movie, but Tetris is back. And this came out in 1989, so 35 years later, they're doing a show about it on Apple TV. So it has withstood the test of time. So yeah, this is the game right here. It's relaxing, but also nerve-wracking when you get to the end. This is just a fun game. I liked it.
So the biggest draw for this game is it can be addicting to play this game. to try to get the high score, get all the tetrominos situated in a correct order. And this game has a bit of an interesting history. I know it was developed in Russia by a dude who wasn't developing games, and he, in his spare time, he was working on this game, and they would be playing it in the office. And then a developer sort of noticed it and offered to develop it, and I think it fell through once or twice, but it ended up getting funded and purchased. And now this game that just started off as like a little hobby became one of the biggest sensations at the time. And
Worldwide.
yeah, this was one of the very first puzzle games that people like to play, and for good reason. The gameplay is addicting. It's brain teasing and can help with your spatial awareness. I don't know about that, but it was the game that I played the most on the Game Boy for sure. I didn't play any other game more than Tetris.
But Tetris it better than Excite Bike 1990, 5 out of 5 from All Game, IGN's top 100, 14th overall. This was a fun game as well. I just remember playing this game like as a kid, and the best part for me was designing the levels. You got to make a level. You got to like you send your friend, or in your case, I think it was your brother. You could send him to the other room while you design like this really annoying level for him, and then watch him come back and try to beat it. And it's just like that was good times. You probably couldn't design levels before. Like this was probably one of the first games where you could design your own levels. Do you remember doing that?
Yep, I sure do. It was all speed bumps and oil slicks. It would just force him. This really sucks. This isn't fun, and I'm just laughing.
Hey, good luck.
It's fun watching you suffer.
Oh,
wow, it's fun watching people suffer. I should
really
make people suffer. No, that's not true. I shouldn't.
This is your real origin story.
Excited Mike. Yeah.
Oh, so you made him suffer. But this was just a lot of fun. I mean, it's not in depth, but you try to pick up speed. You got to keep your temperature down, and
that turbo that you had to use wisely. This looks like the time trial mode here, which is you had different modes, which is fun, and that was something that wasn't ubiquitous among a lot of games. I remember being able to wipe out your competition if you just swiped their front wheel with your back wheel.
So that is 1990s Excite Bike. So it's Excite Bike versus Tetris. Fuse Wizard in chat is saying Tetris. Who do you got in this battle? This is a tough one.
I'm going to agree with Fuse Wizard here.
You're picking Tetris?
Both these games are fun, but the multi-platformness of Tetris and how it was like a watershed moment in video game. I believe that. I think Tetris has the win here for me.
Okay, so I am not going to disagree. I also am a big Tetris fan. So Tetris is moving on, where it will face Super Mario Brothers 3. That's an exciting matchup. We are going to move down to the 5-12 matchup, Batman versus Star Tropics. So if anyone remembers the Michael Keaton version of Batman with Tim Burton as the director, like that was an awesome movie, and this was a really fun video game. Like I liked it a lot. I would say it was probably one of the best like movie conversions into a video game that they did at the time, and it's a number 5 seed for a reason. Here's the cover art right here: 4.5 out of 5 for All Game. IGN's top 100, 33rd place. It was made by Sunsoft. Talk to me about Batman the video game.
Sunsoft. A lot of their games have pretty good music in them, and Batman got treated very well. I don't know why is the music so good? It's not the there's Firefly getting boomeranged or batteranged there. And oh god, what was it? I just lost my train of thought.
You're talking about the music.
Yeah, so it's not. They licensed Batman, but they, for whatever reason, couldn't license any of the Danny Elfman music, which would have been great for this. But the music that they did come up with was great. See, listen to that. That's great.
Thank goodness you're here, Batman. Yes, yeah, I am.
Yes, Batman.
Michael Keaton is like a Batman that I think like a lot of people don't talk about much anymore, but he was a great Batman.
He suffered the Batman curse, the one where an actor is cast as Batman and suffers immediate criticism for it.
Yeah,
Because
how
at
dare
the-
you? How
at
can
the-
you pick him as Batman?
Yeah,
I thought he did a really good job.
He
I
did
liked
a
him a lot.
fantastic job. At the time, he was known as a comedic actor, Beetlejuice. But man, he did such a great job as Batman. And I think I've said this before, but the kill count in this movie this is the most violent Batman movie. Batman 2 is scary too, but the two Tim Burton Batman movies, Batman kills people.
He's not goofing around.
Yes, when he pumps into Axis Chemicals or Ace Chemicals, I think it's known in the game, he just blows the place up. He kills everyone in there, and I think he threw a lot of people off the church tower at the end sequence there too. I know he grabbed one dude by his head, slammed his head into the bell, and just threw him. That guy's dead, man.
Oh, definitely. No, he killed several people in that movie.
Yep, and I know everyone loves Heath Ledger's Joker, and I do too. That was a phenomenal portrayal of Joker.
Jack Nicholson, Jack Nicholson killed it.
Joker, in my opinion, is the most unhinged,
Oh,
crazy version.
He is scary. As a kid, I was
yes,
scared.
and he has the highest death count of any on-screen Joker. He killed so many people. when he was throwing away the money on the float and then he released the gas, he like killed an entire city block while saying, "Hey, where's the Batman?"
Just to bring the Batman out. He was killing people. What a fun movie, what a fun game, Batman the video game, and it is going up against the number 12 seed, which is Star Tropics. Let me pull up the slide for that one. 35th overall on IGN's top 100, 82nd place. So this was another, like Zelda type game where you're going around, you're getting into misadventures, and the graphics were really good. I liked the color scheme. Another like good soundtrack, and it seemed like just a regular kid, and he wants to get that cupcake.
Yes. As a floor switch, but
that was a cupcake.
No, that was not a cupcake. That was as much as a cupcake as Tecmo Super Bowl is good.
Wait a second. Wait. All right, we'll get into Tecmo Super Bowl again. We'll hash it out. Trust me.
So in Star Tropics, you get to hit enemies with a yo-yo, which is and in real life, if you tried to swing a yo-yo into a rat, you'd probably mess that rat up. So in this game, it's a very appropriate weapon. But again, this is a game that you kind of needed to know what to do and where to go. As you can see right here, you need to jump everywhere. You wouldn't know where that switch was if you didn't know what to do. And there's a lot of different rooms like that. It is Zelda-esque in its exploration. And in that regard, leveling up and finding out where to go can be challenging if you don't know what to do, but it's still a fun playthrough. Getting different weapons is fun. Learning where to go is fun. But I know we didn't spend a lot of time on the actual gameplay of Batman because we were too busy talking about Michael Keaton. But Batman is sort of like an easier. I don't want to say easier because it is a tough game, but it's very, very Ninja Gaiden-esque. The difference is Batman feels stronger, he controls weightier, and his weapons are better, which actually makes a whole lot of sense if you think about it. Batman came armed and he was going to beat the crap out of you. Ryu Hayabusa is going to dance around you and slash you with a sword, and is a bit more frail.
But did he have a yo-yo?
No, he did not have
no yo-yo.
But here's the thing. If you think who's going to be better with that yo-yo, Batman or Kid in Star Tropics?
That's a good question. So who you guys got, Yo-Yo Tropics or Batman? Put in the chat 5 versus 12, Batman versus Star Tropics. I'm going to start this off. I am just such a huge fan of that era of Batman, of the tone of the movie that is portrayed in the game. And there's just so many fun, like you're right. It is kind of Ninja Gaiden-esque, which is funny. Ninja Gaiden's also a 5 seed that advanced. Batman could choke somebody out with a yo-yo. That's what Fuse Wizard says.
Batman could choke someone out with a yo-yo.
Dude, if you gave Batman a high-powered yo-yo, like I tell you what, like maybe the Joker wouldn't even have made it through the movie.
The yo-yo could hide like a lot of tricks. He could put a couple batarangs in that yo-yo.
So my vote is Batman. What are you going to do, Maestro?
Yeah.
You going to yo-yo it up?
Yeah, well, if you think about it, Batman is kind of himself a yo-yo when he grappling all around.
Oh, that's true.
He makes
That's
himself
true.
into a yo-yo, and then he could be a yo-yo using a yo-yo. But
Yo, who's your pick?
I just cross-eyed myself. Okay, I'm picking Batman.
Chat, unless you guys disagree, we are putting Batman through to the next round,
Batman.
where it'll face the winner of, here we go, Mega Man 3 versus Wizards and Warriors, the number 4 seed, Mega Man 3. This is an interesting matchup because I know you like both of these games.
Mhm.
Mega Man 3 is one of these games where you look at this cover art and you're not gonna be able to unsee this after you see this. Look at this crotchal blasting. Like he is giving it to the robot right in the crotch. And look how focused he is. He is just staring a hole through that robot's crotch.
Looking right at that shiny crotch. And
So-
he says that needs a hole in it.
We're calling it Mega Man 3 Crotchel's Revenge. This got 9 out of 10 on EGM, and Igen gave it 16th place on their
Igen.
top 100. Mega Man 3. Talk to me about it.
Okay, well, again, that's codifying my point here. The Mega Man box art would just suffered some of the worst, unfortunate circumstances of any game. Again, he's just staring right at the robo crotch, blasting a hole right through it. But Mega Man 3 is like Mega Man 2, but you get a different suite of weapons. You get your I think you get a slide maneuver, which is new. I don't think you get the charge shot yet, but you get your doggy friend, I think, in this one. I'm not sure.
Dude, he's blasting these penguins in the crotch. Did you see this?
Crotchal blasting. Look at it. He's just the right hot. Wow.
Easy for you to say.
I just turned into a southerner there. He's just the right hot to blast you in the crotch.
These giant penguins. So this is a really great game. This is Mega Man 3. As you can see, it's a lot of fun. Great music, a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the second best of the Mega Men, at least for NES. I would say Mega Man 2 is slightly better. IGN's top 100, 16th overall. That's going to be tough to beat, and I don't think this is the game to beat it. But I know that you really like this game, so I want you to sing the praises of Wizards and Warriors. 56th overall on IGN's top 100, 1987. Tell me about it.
All right. So this is another game that has a special place in my heart. This is one of the games I played a lot as a kid, and I beat this game as a kid. And that I didn't beat a whole lot of games when I was a kid. The music in this game is really good, especially the opening theme. I think I've played that on guitar, on piano, on pipe organ, tried
Nice.
to make different variations to it. There's the knight there that just wants to see that you have 100 gems. He doesn't want you to pay him. He just wants to see that you got the
Thou have
money.
discovered a dagger of throwing.
Yep. Thou hast discovered the dagger of throwing. And there it is. There's the theme right there. I love
So
it.
if Wizards and Warriors goes all the way, you will grace us with that song, correct?
Of course I will.
Wow.
Wizards and Warriors, I believe the main character's name is Kuros. There's 2 other Wizards and Warriors games available for the NES. One is called Iron Sword, Wizards and Warriors 2, which has a picture of Fabio on the cover. And then
Hot.
there is Wizards and Warriors 3, Kuros' Adventure or Revenge. I still think this is the best one. The first one, it's the funnest to me. Getting the boots, getting all the power-ups is a blast. Beating the end boss, which I believe is he's supposed to be the person that taught Merlin. So there's a bit of a story here. The first forest is called the Forest of Elrond, and it's no secret that the creators of this game were fans of of fantasy, and in particular Lord of the Rings. I think I saw an interview with one of the creators, and he mentioned as much. The music was good, the platforming was good. It was fun. It was an adventure game, and I loved playing this when I was a little kid.
Oh, it is. It is a fun game. It's made by Acclaim, 4.5 out of 5 from All Game. But what are we gonna do here, people? Mega Man 3 versus Wizards and Warriors. In chat, please type the number 4 or the number 13.
It's crotchal blasting, or
Type in crotch or Wizards. Who do you guys
Yeah.
got in this one?
yeah,
This
crotchal
is
blasting.
tough.
Is Mega Man 3 going to blast the Kuros's crotch?
And it was a good looking crotch too. I mean,
It
this
was.
is like a
Look at that.
handsome
That
man.
if you could zoom in on that crotch area there, you might be able to see some red undies that he borrowed.
when just
from
the
Arthur.
tiniest of loincloths is keeping everything in.
It will not listen. The robot has a hole in his crotch from Mega Man's Mega Blaster. You think this
Oh
unprotected
no.
loincloth crotch is going to be
Okay, so you see what he's wearing, and then you see what Mega Man is doing. He's gonna. Okay, so I think that cements it right there. Mega Man's gonna blast him right in the crotch and knock him out of this tournament.
that crotch is toast, literally.
All right, yeah. Well, I'm sorry, people. We're doing it. It's got to be Mega Man 3. Do you agree? Mega Man 3.
Mega crotch, yes. Crotch.
Wizards and Warriors is a great game, but it got crotchel blasted home,
Yeah.
and it is out of here.
Crotchel's revenge. Okay.
All right, now we're moving on to another interesting matchup in the Konami Code region. The number 6 seed Metal Gear versus the number 11 seed Paperboy. Now I know this is going to be tough. Metal Gear was a game that you made sure I put in this tournament.
Mhm.
It's an action adventure stealth game. One of the first like stealth games that I remember. So you're not trying to just blow people out of the water. You have to be sneaky about it. IGN's top 100, 26th place. So pretty popular game, made by Konami. Can you talk to me about Metal Gear?
Yes, absolutely. So, as many people may know, Metal Gear is the brainchild of Hideo Kojima, and he didn't have a whole lot to do with the NES port of this game. He had his hands more in the Japanese computer game, but the box art for this game is a complete ripoff of Terminator. That is Kyle Reese.
There you go.
There, yeah.
Where's Sarah Connor?
So but if you can look up, you can Google it, Kyle Reese, Metal Gear, and that exact image taken from the Terminator in the exact same pose too. That is 100% Kyle Reese.
Another handsome man. What is going on here? Mega Man 3 would blast that crotch.
Yeah. So I believe the original premise was to have this to be more gun heavy, gun actiony shoot 'em up, but the computing power at the time wasn't able to handle all of that, and so they switched it up and made it more of a stealth story game.
If it's so stealthy, why is he punching those dogs?
Well, you don't have to punch the dogs. If you punch them once, you actually pet them, quote unquote, and they stay asleep, and then they won't get you. So you can pet the dogs. You don't have to punch them to death. But I think even the endings from this game and the original Japanese version are different. At the end of this game, obviously you fight Big Boss, but then you take out a computer that is controlling the Metal Gears, and in the Japanese version, you actually fight a Metal Gear. And in Snake's Revenge, which is the second one, I think Hideo Kojima had more of a role in that game than this one. That being said, I still enjoy this game. This is still a fun game to play, and I'd play it right now.
Now it is really fun, but is it better than Paperboy? I don't know. Fuse Wizard 47. Oh God, not Paperboy. Oh God, not Paperboy. Paperboy is great. Okay, so first of all, look at that cover art. I mean, he is pelting. You are on the ground, and he has literally destroyed you with papers and is pelting you and smiling while he does it.
He's vicious. Look at that backwards hat.
Oh, you don't want these papers, huh?
You're going to eat them. You're on the ground putting your pants on, most likely, and he's riding by in his BMX and just pelting you with papers.
This is a classic Nintendo game. Fuse Wizard, I don't understand your hatred for Paperboy. Maestro, you liked Paperboy, didn't you?
Paperboy was okay. The isometric angle that they pumped you in. Look at that. Look at this, the bottom right corner of the screen, and that's all you got to work with. Throwing papers into mailboxes was ridiculous. Having to repaint your entire house red just because you don't want to subscribe to the paper was a little overkill. Having to run past people putting on their pants on the sidewalk.
That is an interesting question. Why is he putting on his pants there?
He's either putting on his pants or he's breakdancing. I think the instruction manual says breakdancer, but I'm not buying that. He's putting on his pants. Remote control lawnmowers, and even the Grim Reaper shows up. But the Paperboy delivers.
The amazing Paperboy delivers. How did he get into his own newspaper that he's delivering?
Well, I have a theory. I think he bullies and assaults all the other Paperboys on the route.
This is Paperboy Town.
Mysterious vandalism baffles police. Apparently, all the papers scattered around the crime scene doesn't.
Yeah, who do you think's doing all the damage?
Yeah, it's the Paperboy. He delivers assault.
Could you imagine you just waking up and you find like your front window destroyed and just like papers all over the ground? Like, how mad would you be?
I would subscribe. I would actually, you know what? I would unsubscribe. I would have to paint my house red so he wouldn't, and then I would have to bury a couple people in the front lawn to get.
Oh
to
God, not Paperboy.
Paperboy delivers.
Hughes Wizard is scared of him. Oh God, not Paperboy. But like, he made the front cover of the newspaper. Like, do you see?
Daily Sun.
So, question: do you see Metal Gear on the front of a newspaper?
Metal Gear was a clandestine covert mission. They can't put in a paper United States Special Forces agent.
Can they, or they just didn't choose? They just didn't choose to put him on the paper.
I don't think. Okay, fine. Paperboy's definitely better than agent from Foxhound.
It's not just Paperboy delivers. It's amazing. He earns honors. He earns big bucks. He stopped a thief.
How does he stop the thief?
He hits him with the paper.
Wow.
Covert ops. I'm sorry. He doesn't use covert ops. He just throws a paper at you.
You think Paperboy would be able to defeat a Metal Gear by throwing papers at it?
Yes.
Those papers.
He's got an arm.
Jeez. Maybe he
All
should.
Right, so
is he related to Cyclops?
Cyclops? Well, he's got two eyes, sir. But
there should be a progression from Paperboy all the way up to Major League Pitcher.
What are we going to do, guys? This is a tough one. Number 6 Metal Gear versus 11 Paperboy. Put in the chat what you guys think, 6 or 11.
I don't think it's that tough.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'll let you go first.
I'm pumping Metal Gear.
He's Metal Gearing it up, guys.
Gearing it up. Crotchal blasting Paperboy.
Oh, that's tough. Are you going to sneak around and deliver the papers stealthy, or are you just going to throw them through people's windows?
I'm just going to stealth deliver those papers.
All right.
While hiding in a cardboard box.
Yeah, Fused Wizard hates Paperboy. You're against Paperboy. So it sounds like I'm going to have to agree with you. Metal Gear is moving on to the next round. Kyle Reese, you have done it, sir. Okay, now we're getting into the big guns down here. Number 3, Dragon Warrior versus the number 14 seed, Ice Climber. So let's start with Ice Climber. This was a weird, very early on a Nintendo game. It just barely made the tournament. 1985, IGN's Top 100, 79th. Like, check out this cover art. So it's like a baby Santa Claus that is taking a mallet to a polar bear wearing a red Speedo. Like,
yeah, he took Arthur's underwear from Ghosts and Goblins.
What is going on here? Like, this was the cover that this of all. Imagine everyone submitted like what they wanted the cover to be, and like this is what they picked.
Yeah, well, that polar bear is about to get crotchal hammered.
Crotch or toe is definitely hitting him in the lower half of the body. Let's look at some gameplay footage. So you're basically an Eskimo and you have a mallet and you're just trying to work your way up this never ending, like, I don't even know what these are. That's it's a Yeti, a baby Yeti, maybe.
This just looks like mayhem. These poor animals are doing nothing, and this guy is just smashing them with a mallet.
Not only that, but he's smashing their property too.
Yeah,
Like
he's vandalizing. He's like Paperboy.
as a kid, there's nothing better than smashing a Yeti with a mallet. Like this is what you lived for.
I don't know. I think crotchal blasting is pretty fun when you're a kid too.
I don't understand like what that game was all about. And it was seeded poorly. It was a 14 seed, but it is going up against the number 3 seed Dragon Warrior. So I know me and you have had a lot of discussions about this game. We have a popular video even on our YouTube page of us arguing about it. So Dragon Warrior, GameSpot called it the most influential RPG of all time. IGN's top 100, 8th place. So I know you recently revisited Dragon Warrior. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so I recently pumped through this game again, and it surprised me. This game is really good. This is one of the first RPGs to come out on the NES, and it delivers in a surprising way. They tuned the dialogue in this movie to be like almost period correct, and it was done very well. So when you are in a shop and you're buying something, it's like, thou wishest to purchase an herb? What else wouldst thou wish? And all the dialogue is like that. And here's see a red slime draws near. And look at this. I mean, this was a Japanese translation, and it was done surprisingly well. Everyone knows how crappy some of these translations are when they're ported over to the United States. But this is done so good. Leveling up and being able to fight your way through all the monsters, and the story's nice too. The princess falls in love with you, but you can't really be with her yet because you got this job to do. You got to go beat up the bad. I forget who the bad guy is already.
Well, and you keep running into red slime out in the forest here. Like that's gonna mess up your day.
Draws near. Red slime is one of the early enemies. There's a whole lot. There's much more slimes. There's a blue slime and there's a metal slime, and the metal slime likes to run away from you, but he gives the most experience points in the game. So that's a little trade-off there. They're tough to kill. They give them more experience, but they constantly run away.
So what are we doing in this matchup, people? Are we sliming? We got Dragon Warrior versus Ice Climber. So type in Slimer or Climber. What are we doing?
Slimer or Climber.
We'll play on words there. I think it's I know we'll go into Dragon Warrior deeper because I think they're going to make it pretty far in this tournament. But I think we got one vote for Climber. Klimner or Warrior? Who do you got? Klimner or Warrior? I think it's got to be Dragon Warrior.
I'm gonna have to. I'm sorry, Fused Wizard, but I'm gonna have to go Dragon Warrior.
Oh, you fused them out. Dragon Warrior is moving on to the next round. So then 2 great games in your mind, Dragon Warrior versus Metal Gear. That'll be the next round. Oh, yeah. We are moving to the bottom of the Konami Code region. The number 7 seed, TMNT 2, the arcade game, versus the number 10 seed, Clash at Demon Head. These are also 2 games that you really like. Let's see if I can pull up the slide for TMNT 2. 66% on Metacritic, IGN's top 100, 41st place. Just like a classic action beat 'em up game. Like as a kid in the early 90s, like Ninja Turtles were the coolest. Everybody had their favorite. Mine was Raphael. He was angry and misunderstood, but he was funny. So he was who was your favorite turtle?
Oh, Donatello. I like Donatello.
Definitely,
he was the smart one with the big stick.
Of course, you would take Donatello.
I like Michelangelo too. He's pretty.
Yeah, everyone likes Michelangelo.
He was
with
a
the
party
pizza.
Dude. Yeah,
he was.
Cowabunga!
Oh man, just like a fun game. You're getting to beat up the Foot Clan. Like this was also an excellent arcade game. What else can you say about this game? This game was a lot of fun.
This game was a ton of fun. I remember pumping this game a lot when I was a kid. I remember ganging up on Bebop and Rocksteady and playing through this game when I was a kid with one of my friends on New Year's Eve when we would go over to our parents would go over to their parents' house and bring me along, and then we would just play. This is one of the games that we'd pump all night long. That and Contra actually. I remember playing Contra too.
Those are 2 great games. So he's got the nunchucks. There's Michelangelo there. This is a great game. A lot of
Mhm.
fun. This is going to be tough to beat, but it's going up against one of your personal favorites that you wanted me to include in this tournament, Clash at Demon Head. I
Oh,
know it as
yeah.
the band from Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Mhm.
All Game gave it 2.5 out of 5. It was unranked in IGN's top 100. It was a 10 seed. So why don't you talk to me about Clash at Demon Head?
Alrighty. I don't know why this game went unranked my Egan. This is an awesome game. First off, this is like a video gamer's video game. Everything in this game is like video game logic. So the main character's name is Billy Big Bang Blitz.
Billy Big
And
Bang Blitz.
yes,
And that's him right there.
you have to take out a evil mafia warlord whose name is there he is, Tom Guycott.
The bad guy's named Tom Guycott.
Yes, and I've heard that there is a there was like it's a pun, but you have to understand Japanese to get
Oh.
it. And I'm not sure what that is. But man, this game is so much fun, and you end up getting tricked into releasing a demon, and your sweetheart gets kidnapped. You start off on a beach. She gets kidnapped by Tom Guycott. You don't know where she is. You get tricked into releasing a demon. The demon goes and kills Tom Guycott, and now the demon's in charge, and you have to go defuse this big bomb that's going to.
You're not a quitter, are you?
No, of course not. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the talking time. This has like an anime sort of story to go along with it. I'm Tom Guycott, the chief of governors, and I'll be waiting for you in my mansion over there. Governor's mansion.
It is Desert Fortress on Route 33.
Talking time.
Yeah, I love how he gives them the address.
Yep.
Route 33. Check it out.
Come and get me. Yep, this is another game where it's very non-linear. You have all these different routes to choose from, and you get different hints like that. Come see me at Route 33. You'll get to find this new upgrade or a gold mine or Route 16. I wonder if it is Route 16. But anyway,
Tom Guycott.
Described as a Metroidvania, which is like a cute way of saying it's a blend between the gameplay of Metroid and Castlevania.
Which are two excellent games. So if you're going to steal any gameplay, like that's a good place to start.
For sure.
So
and this is a ton of fun game. You can get different power-ups. You can get, the rocket pack power-up, the jump boots power-up, the power suits. It all gives you different power levels. You can farm money, you can get the store, you can upgrade all your stuff.
What are we doing here, people? This is a tough one. Guycott or TMNT2? What do you want to do? Put in the chat 7 for TMNT2, 10 for Clash at Demon Head. This is a tough one. The old 7-10 matchup. I know you like both of these games, so I'm going to let you go first. Which are you advancing on?
I am going to go with my heart here, and I'm going to pick Clash at Demon Head.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Clash at Demon Head with the upset. Is anyone in chat going to chime in 7 or 10? Because this is tough. I don't. It did look fun. I will give it that. Yeah, Fuse Wizard is saying TMNT, and that's kind of where I was going to. Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, Maestro, you have one veto you can use. Do you want to use your veto? Otherwise, TMNT is moving through.
I didn't know that I had a veto until just now.
You would have used it on Tecmo Super Bowl, right?
I'm going to wait. Yeah,
okay, you're going to wait?
Well, I'll listen. I'll go with the chat. I'll go with Fuse Wizard, and I'll go with you and relent. Sadly.
But Clash at Demon Head gave a solid effort. They were a 10 seed. They took TMNT. It possibly even went into overtime.
It went to overtime, and the best player fouled out, and it came
Tom
down.
Guycott.
Yeah,
Tom Guycott fouled
out, and it came down to free throws, like the worst possible ending.
Okay. So Cowabunga, dude. Demon Head is going home, and we are to the last matchup, Metroid versus Kung Fu, the number 2 seed Metroid, the number 15 seed Kung Fu with an asterisk. So Metroid is very popular, very well known, one of the most popular Nintendo games. I think probably I can say that, right? Metroid's probably one of the most popular Nintendo games of all time. So as you can see, it got highly rated. It was 6th overall by IGN. All Game gave it 5 out of 5. what else can you say? This is a classic game. Tell me about Metroid.
It sure was a classic game. Wow. So this game features a female protagonist that
Yeah, it
was
does.
very unique for the time, Samus Aran or Aran, however you want to
Aaron.
Aran. The music was good, the platforming was good, the adventure was fun. Figuring out where you had to go was a bit challenging, but that was part of the fun of this game. Finding different power-ups and different weapon upgrades was part of the fun too, and it sort of capitalized on the whole alien theme that was popular back during the 80s. It's sort of like how during the 90s the whole dinosaur thing was popular. Remember how dinosaurs were like in
Yeah.
everything? Well, anyway, this game was great. The music was great. It was a foreboding atmosphere. All the subsequent Metroid games were really good. Nintendo wouldn't be Nintendo without Metroid.
Metroid was a great game, and it is a really cool soundtrack. And you're right, they did kind of steal the alien motif of the late 80s there, and maybe this was even a Ripley from the movie Aliens. They were trying to recreate Sigourney Weaver, which why would you not, right?
Yeah.
So that is number 2 seed Metroid versus the number 15 seed Kung Fu Asterisk.
That's right, Kung Fu Asterisk.
I don't know what the asterisk was. Usually when you put an asterisk, it leads to something else, but this did not. It's a beat 'em up game, 2.5 out of 5, IGN's top 100. It made the list, 62nd place, a number 15 seed in our tournament. This was very early on in Nintendo's run. Do you remember Kung Fu?
Yeah, I've gave Kung Fu. Oh my gosh, yes, I have pumped Kung Fu a couple times. And when I was little, I thought that those purple guys were vampires because they just kind of latched onto you and sucked your life bar away. They didn't really punch or kick you. They just kind of
they just
ran
get
into
close to
you.
you. They just crowd you.
They just get close to you and kind of suck you.
You think they'd be more popular?
Yeah.
He
Man,
is. Yeah, he's
so
Kung
many-
Fuing it up.
I don't know where these purple guys got their training, but running at a dude with your arms up like that and just kind of running into him probably isn't any Kung Fu that I'm aware of. Oh, maybe sumo. That would. But these guys definitely don't look like sumo.
I can see why this was so popular. I mean, look at this
Yeah.
gameplay.
And you could just stand there and let them all kind of run into you, and they would all just kind of dock into each other.
Yeah, you just time it correctly. You can
Yeah.
take out a whole bunch of them. Oh, that
Okay.
one throws a knife at you though.
Yeah.
That you got to be careful of.
I remember playing this game. It was fun for a little bit, but it's nothing super great for sure.
No, it definitely doesn't stand a chance versus Metroid. So unless it gets some love in the chat, Kung Fu is going to be going home.
Yep, rolling right through.
All right, Metroid with the win. So Metroid is
Metroid.
advancing to face TMNT 2 in round 2. All right, we're moving back over to the Power Glove region. The number 1 seed Mike Tyson's Punch Out versus 8 seed Blaster Master. Maestro, you got your name from Blaster Master. That is your backstory. So
Yes, it is my backstory.
tell me why Blaster Master has any chance against Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Well, man,
Yeah, it's tough.
yes, it is very tough. Blaster Master is a different sort of game.
It is.
It is fun. You can spend a lot of time visiting different areas and powering up Sophia the Second, but man, it just doesn't have the clout and charm that Mike Tyson's Punch Out does.
So he mastered the blasting, but
Mhm.
can he knock out Mike Tyson? That's the question. IGN's top 100, 22nd place, 4.5 out of 5. It had a big win in round 1 when it faced off. Who did it beat again? It beat Gradius.
Mhm.
So I think it's one of those colleges that's just happy to be in the tournament. Blaster Master, good job. But Mike Tyson's Punch Out, that is one of the best games of all time. I think it's got to be Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
And Mike Tyson's, Glass Joe's Poopy Pants probably could use some crotchal blasting from Mega Man.
Oh yeah.
But
Well, as Lil Mac, you're probably not able to hit too high, so you're
Yeah.
probably a lot of below the belt work.
I call him Rabbit Punch.
Is there any love for Blaster Master in the chat? Otherwise, Mike Tyson's Punch Out is going through. Blastin' Maestro, Blaster
Blasting-
Master.
Yep.
What I should have done was I should have worked you into that cover art. I could have
Yeah, just put me right.
put you right on the face of that demon.
What, that two-legged deer? That's the final boss, by the way. That's one of the only games whose final boss is right on the cover art.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like he got out of Ghostbusters 1 to make the cover of this game. Sunsoft, you made a great game, but no chance. No, I don't think any chance against Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, so Mike Tyson's Punch Out is going on to the Sweet 16. It's dancing onto the Sweet 16, and now this is a matchup. Now this we didn't really need to talk about that last one, but this one we need to talk about. Number 5 seed Ninja Gaiden, number 4 seed Bionic Commando. Two epic heroes of that generation. What do you think, Maestro? Gaiden versus Commando.
Wow, this one's tough. This one's really tough. It
is really
tough.
like
Bionic Commando. The unique mechanic of grappling around is fun, but that's totally subjective. That might just be a me thing. I know there's a lot of ubiquitous love for Bionic Commando, but
it's where the phrase "going commando" came from.
I thought that was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, you get a grappling hook and you go take on Hitler. One Up gave it an A+. IGN's Top 100, 9th place. That is Bionic Commando.
Bionic Commando is super good, but does it have the charm, the awesomeness of Ninja Gaiden? Oh man, that's tough.
And this is only the second round, people. This is a tough one. So please put in chat 5 for Ninja Gaiden, 4 for Bionic Commando.
So this is parts. If we polled 100 people, have you heard of the game Bionic Commando on NES, or have you heard of Ninja Gaiden? I bet more people would say Ninja Gaiden.
Definitely.
So,
but what's the better game? And this doesn't count Ninja Gaiden 2 or 3. This is just the original. And does Ninja Gaiden have a grappling hook?
Ninja Gaiden does not have a grappling hook. Ninja Gaiden is really hard. Ninja Gaiden turned some players off by how difficult it was.
Did Bionic Commando turn you on?
Bionic Commando did turn me on.
One game turned people off. One game turned people on. This is really, really tough. Chat, type in 5 for Gaiden, 4 for Commando. Maestro, which way are you leaning?
Gosh. Wow.
Yeah.
I might be leaning towards Bionic Commando. To tell you the truth.
Honestly, I think I am too. And the reason I am, my reasoning is we have a lot of those fighting games like Ninja Gaiden, and Bionic Commando, One Up gave it an A+. IGN's Top 100, 9th overall. Ninja Gaiden was 17th. And just the unique gameplay, I think, like, if I had, it's close, but I think for this, I think I'm going to pick Bionic Commando.
All right.
You're okay with that?
Yep, I'm good with that.
All right, so the Sweet 16 matchup is set in the Power Glove region. Mike Tyson's Punch Out versus Bionic Commando. Grapple versus Poopy Pants.
Grapple versus Poopy Pants.
All right, so here's another tough matchup. See, now we've gotten rid of some of the worst games. All of these games are going to be great games, people. So these are going to be tough. Double Dragon 2 versus Castlevania.
Alrighty.
Let's go. Let's talk about it. What do you think?
Alrighty. Well, in the spirit of moving things along here, I'm just gonna have to go with my subjective thought here and pick Castlevania.
Yeah, Castlevania 1 isn't the best version of Castlevania, I don't think. And Double Dragon is a lot of fun, but Castlevania 1 is epic. It's legendary. I think it has to be Castlevania.
Yes, I agree.
And the soundtrack. I mean,
the music is great. The music is good. I think the music in the first Double Dragon is a bit better than the second one, but Castlevania definitely has the better music for sure.
Yeah. And like rolling up your sleeves versus wearing a little loincloth.
Yeah, loincloth, wearing leather and a whip.
Wait a second. Was this game for children?
Who doesn't feel sexy wearing leather and a whip?
All right. Castlevania has moved on to the Sweet 16, where it will face the winner of this no offense. I know you love Fag Xanadu, but you're gonna have to put it out of its misery. I'm Contra easily. Contra, the number 2 seed. Fag Xanadu, you think he even has a chance?
So you're saying it's a fact Santa don't?
I'm taking my shirt off right now. I'm putting a bandana on, and Fag Xanadu has got to move on to the next round.
Putting on a tactical vest. Did you just say Fax Xanadu's moving on to the next round?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I heard you say that.
No, rewind. I wish there was a rewind button. No, I vetoed myself. No, it has to be Contra. Contra is moving on.
All right, I agree. Contra.
So that sets up the matchup. Oh man, this is what I'm talking about. Contra versus Castlevania in the Sweet 16. Okay, now we move down here. We are going to Legend of Zelda versus Jackal. So Jackal, you sung its praises in the first round. I jumped on the Jackal bandwagon. I'm jacking, but can he defeat Legend of Zelda? One of the most popular franchises, one of the best games of all time, Legend of Zelda, the number 1 seed in the Game Genie region. It's got to be Zelda.
Yeah, I agree.
Are you jacking? Are you jacking or are you Zelda?
I think Link's going to be tackling the Jackal. Tackle the Jackal.
It's dangerous.
Yep.
Out there.
Jackal's a fun game to tackle, but it is dangerous out there. And you're definitely not going alone when you're pumping with Link, even though you have 3 other people in your little Jeep.
So he's not going alone either. So would you rather have 3 people in your tactical Jeep, or would you rather have the sword?
The wooden sword.
That's a good question.
It is. That question might be separate, but the game issue is it's definitely going to be Zelda for sure.
All right, people. Legend of Zelda is moving on, where it will face the winner of let's go, Kirby's Adventure versus DuckTales.
Wow.
This is a tough one. Kirby's Adventure is a good game. It's a lot of fun. It's unique. It is good graphics, bright colors. I like it. But DuckTales has all that as well, plus the killer soundtrack, plus the TV show tie-in. Like, this is tough. I think I'm leaning DuckTales. How about you?
Oh man. DuckTales is great, but the interesting mechanics of Kirby, I think, give Kirby the edge for me.
Okay, chat. We're at a standstill. Does anyone have an opinion? 5 for Kirby or 4 for DuckTales? We might have to dig in on this one.
Might have to flip a coin.
Are you guys ducking or blowing?
Ducking or blowing? Ducking or sucking?
Because Kirby, I like Kirby because he sucked and blew, but it's Scrooge McDuck, the richest fictional character of all time.
Ducking or sucking?
What are we guys doing? Duck or suck? Type in the chat.
Is DuckTales going to be a duck fail?
Okay, here's how we can settle this. We are going to go to the numbers. We are going to look up what they said, what the experts said. It's not always on the experts, but we have IGN's top 100, 27th for Kirby's Adventure. Game rankings 84%. And let me find a DuckTales. Woo. We're gonna say IGN's top 100, 10th. What in Mudflap McQuack on the front?
Mudflap McQuack.
Well, I honestly think Mudflap McQuack.
Mudflap McQuack.
For the interest of moving it along, and I think neither is going to really stand a chance against Legend of Zelda, I will give Kirby's Adventure. It blew its way to the Sweet 16.
All right.
Where it's going to suck its way down against Legend of Zelda. Okay, now RC Pro-Am versus Super Mario Brothers 2. This one I don't think is that difficult. RC Pro-Am is a lot of fun. It's a great racing game, but I think Super Mario Brothers 2 is not my favorite, but I think Mario Brothers 2 is a better game, is more fun than RC Pro, and more staying power than RC Pro-Am.
Yes, for sure. So Super Mario Brothers 2 all the way.
So RC No-Am.
Yeah.
It got hit with a Those look like onions. Are you sure those were turnips? Or those might have been onions, dude.
Those do not look like onions.
Okay.
Those are definitely radishes or turnips.
Now here we go. The number 10 seed, Crystalis versus Castlevania 3.
Ah,
Yeah, I
man.
know you just recently pumped Crystalis.
I did.
You had a newfound love for that game,
Mhm.
but Castlevania 3 is one of the all-time favorites of yours. What do you
Yes.
think?
And Chrysalis doesn't have any real world implications of sacrificing children to vampires.
And you are
Yes, I haven't sacrificed any children.
no, you are the voluptuous vampire.
Vampire of what? The voluptuous vampire of photovoltaic plant. I don't know what that. What was I thinking?
You don't even know your own nickname?
Yeah, the voluptuous vampire of photovoltaic panels. Okay, yes, but the voluptuous vampire definitely will pump Castlevania 3 ahead of
Okay.
Crystalis.
Okay, thank God. Crystalis, thanks for coming. You're gone. Castlevania 3 versus Super Mario Brothers 2. And that concludes the left-hand side of the bracket. Let's go over to the right. And we have an exciting round 2 matchup. Super Mario Brothers 2 or Super Mario Brothers versus Battletoads, the 1 versus 9 seed. Battletoads, thanks for coming, but it's got to be Mario 1.
Yep, I definitely agree. Battletoads can be fun, but Super Mario Brothers is legendary.
He hit him with a fireball and sent those toads packing.
Yep.
We've had enough
Frog-legs.
frogs today. That we
Yep.
so many frogs. Let's go.
Those look like frogs too, don't they? Those don't look like toads.
No, that is definitely a frog, and it's got
Yeah.
very sharp knee pads. I'm
It
not
should
familiar
be,
with
It should be called Battle Frogs.
Battle Frogs. Would have probably sold worse,
Yeah.
if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, Battle Frogs.
Okay, so here we go. Now this is tough. I'm going to let you pick this one, sir. The number 5 seed, Maniac Mansion, versus Zelda 2, the 4 seed, Adventures of Link.
All right.
If anyone's gonna knock out Maniac Mansion, I'm gonna force you to do it. So, can Maniac Mansion compete against Zelda 2?
Oh man. So being very subjective about this, I think Maniac Mansion can take out Zelda 2.
Really?
I'm unless we get some some help from chat here. I just had more fun with Maniac Mansion than I did with Zelda. Even though Zelda 2 is a fantastic game, I'm voting for Maniac Mansion.
You're saying Zelda who?
Adventures of Stink.
Uncle Eddie. What was his name? Evil Eddie?
Yeah. Weird Ed.
Weird Ed.
Yeah.
Is not dead. He is moving on. I can't believe this.
Look at that.
Maniac Mansion.
Pixel Pixie's on my side.
What do we got? Maniac Mansion.
Yeah.
Manic Mansion. That'd be even a better name.
Yeah.
Manic Mansion. Yes, let's go.
Weird
All right.
Ed.
So Weird Ed,
Yeah.
Pixel Pixie, Weird Ed. It has moved on to the next round. That's impressive. A Sweet 16 berth for Maniac Mansion.
Oh,
Congrats,
yeah.
Maestro. I know you're feeling yourself now.
Maniac Mansion.
Oh, now here we go. River City Handsome versus Final Fantasy. Is this going to be your Final Fantasy? River City Handsome.
Pretty handsome indeed.
That really should be the name of this show. River City Handsome
I'm digging it.
versus Final Fantasy. What is your Final Fantasy, sir?
Oh man, you don't want to know. But anyway,
This is tough.
yes. We both. I know we both like River City Handsome.
Put
But-
on your pink shirts and get your silver dollars.
Man, that right there. We should cosplay as River City Ransom. Just the pink,
Halloween, yes.
yep, the pink dress shirt with the navy blue. Royal blue's dark. Navy blue pants, pink shirts, white shirts, short sleeves, collared shirts. Let's do it. Chains, glasses, crew cuts. Let's go. But
silver
anyway,
dollar in your pocket. But
But
can it
can-
beat Final Fantasy?
can a pink Oxford button-down shirt beat the pointy hat with a blue bathrobe wizard that is ubiquitous in Final Fantasy? I'm thinking not. I'm thinking Final Fantasy is one of those watershed games that even a unique game like River City Handsome won't be able to whip with a chain.
Oh, are you sending those good looking boys packing?
They'll be back. Don't worry. They can be back. They'll be back next year with new chains and new skills.
Wow. Final Fantasy has knocked out River City Handsome. Oh, thanks for coming, guys. You guys are good looking, and you will be forever my Final Fantasy. So Final Fantasy has moved on. Here we go. Here is the matchup. Is this going to turn into a heated argument? Tecmo Super Bowl, my favorite as a kid, versus Mega Man 2. He is not crotchel blasting. He is just, he's holding a gun. He's got that weird blue helmet. What are we doing here?
He's missing too. He totally missed.
But like you said, the guy's jumping into it.
Yeah, his aim improved though in Mega Man 3. He's readjusted.
Chat, if you have any love for Tecmo Super Bowl, I need to hear it now. Otherwise, Mega Man 2 is gonna go through. I can't, and I love Tecmo Super Bowl. Is probably the game I played most as a kid on the Nintendo. But even I can't say it's better than Mega Man 2.
Yep, Tecmo Pooper Bowl.
What? Hey, I just admitted I'm gonna send it home, and you have to insult it on the way out. Like,
no, it deserves it.
As it's leaving, you kick it in the butt, like right out the door. You couldn't say thanks for coming.
Kick it in the balls and push it out the window.
Is it the Tecmo Pooper Ball?
Tecmo Pooper Bowl is going to bounce off an awning on the side of the building and fall into a dumpster.
And then it gets run over when it jumps out of the dumpster.
Yeah, because Mega Man just crotchel blasted Bo Jackson.
The Mega Men. The Mega Men. That could be the name of our show too. The Mega Men. Okay. Tecmo Super Bowl is not getting any love. All right. Goodbye. I will miss you. So Mega Man 2 versus Final Fantasy. That is that Sweet 16 matchup. Down here we have Super Mario versus Tetris. Two Nintendo classics.
Mm-hmm.
Tetris is a great game, a lot of fun. It's still played on computers to this day. But Super Mario Brothers 3.
Super Mario Brothers 3, there is not a whole lot that can beat Super Mario Brothers 3.
That is a contender for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Tetris, get your little blocks and get out of here.
Pick up your blocks and go home.
Ugh.
Or Tetris.
Tetris is gone. And then, this is exciting. So we got the crotchel blasting.
Oh man.
Mega Man 3. That's what's so great about these tournaments is matchups like this. Batman versus Mega Man. This is Mega Man 3 crotchel blasting. What the 5 versus the 4? This is tough. Chat, let us know if you have an opinion. Batman versus Mega Man 3. This is too close to call. This is really, really tough.
Man, crotchel blasting.
They both have great music.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Whoever wins is definitely going to be running into a buzzsaw.
Oh yeah.
I know.
Mario and so that's the worst part is these two games are going to obliterate each other. It goes into like double overtime. Mm-hmm. They're exhausted. And then what do they have waiting for them in the Sweet 16? Super Mario 3.
Wow.
Yeah, that's tough. So I guess technically it's probably not even going to matter, but who do you like out of this matchup?
Well, I believe 70 if we go by Sinclair's ratings, I believe 8 out of 10 people would probably pick Mega Man 3.
Okay.
Basing everything on the Sinclair line, I think I'm going to go with Mega Man 3.
All right. Batman chokes someone out with a yo-yo.
Yeah.
Crotchel blasting is abundant. Mega Man 3 is moving on to face
Crotchel's revenge.
Crotchel's revenge. Super Mario 3 versus Mega Man 3. The battle of what's the better trilogy. There we go. That'll be exciting. And then at the bottom of the Konami Code region, two more of your favorites. Metal Gear versus Dragon Warrior. Are we gonna stealth it up?
That's a tough one, man.
I know.
Totally different games.
Yep. Which is better, sir?
Do we go with the influence, the cornerstone, or do we go with? Well, I guess
they're both influential.
Yeah, Metal Gear sort of started its own thing too.
Yeah.
Wow, that's tough.
Are you gonna punch a dog, or are you gonna fight some red slime? What are you gonna do?
Man, those red slimes are annoying. But
What a
oh,
what a tough
man.
matchup. This is the second round.
I'm just gonna Metal Gear. I'm gonna go Metal Gear.
Oh,
Metal Gear. Yeah.
most influential RPG of all time. Goodbye. Metal Gear is moving on, where it will face the winner of TMNT 2, the arcade game, versus Metroid. I think I love TMNT 2. It's a great game, but I gotta go with Metroid here.
Yep, I agree. Agree
Metroid?
with everything. Yep. TMNT 2, great fun game. Is it better than Metroid? I don't think so.
Metroid probably won by a comfortable like 7 or 8 points.
Mhm.
And it goes on. Metroid versus Metal Gear. Oh, that'll be exciting. Okay, we are in the Sweet 16 on the left-hand side of the bracket. The Power Glove region. Mike Tyson's Punch Out versus Bionic Commando. Let's go. Who you got and why?
All right. Wow. I
You
love
gonna
Bionic. I love
are you
Bionic
grappling?
Commando. We could grapple, but
Grapple or box? What do you want to do?
man, I just got to go with Mike Tyson's Punch Out. That game is just so great.
Tyson with the knockout. Oh, I have to agree with you. Bionic Commando, like, didn't you say we're fighting Hitler? Like, so
Yes.
who's a bigger villain, Hitler or Mike Tyson? I'm gonna go with Hitler as the
Well,
bigger villain.
Yes, but as far as video game villains and bad guys go, I think Mike Tyson is
Is
forever
tougher to beat.
cemented at the top of the all-time hardest endgame bosses ever in any
You have
video
to
game.
be completely on your game and have a complete perfect fight to have a chance to
Mhm.
beat Mike Tyson.
Yes, you do. You have to know the tricks, and even then, you can't beat him. It's tough to beat him as it is on original hardware, but beating him on an emulator is almost impossible because of that the few frames of lag that you experience is all the difference that it makes.
You have a split second.
Yes.
But the fact that people are still playing it, people are still emulating it, people are still speedrunning it, proves why Mike Tyson's Punch Out is a great game. It is moving on to the Elite Eight. And then it'll face the winner of Castlevania versus Contra. Come on, let's go. Some
Wow.
late 80s amazing action adventure games. Who do you got in this matchup? Castlevania versus Contra.
This one's tough too. I think
Yeah.
Contra is super duper fun to play, especially with a friend. But I think Castlevania for me edges it out. Both it's like two it's like Michigan and Michigan State both sort of slowly advancing. We got Castlevania and Castlevania 3 on the other side there.
Right? So you're saying you're going to keep your shirt on and you're going to send Contra home.
Does it look like Simon has a shirt there?
No.
I'm putting leather on and I'm getting a whip.
Okay, Leather Daddy.
Bat.
Leather Daddy,
Yep.
we're gonna this is so tough. Chat. Anybody stand up for Contra? Contra versus Castlevania. I'm gonna see if there's any quick love for Contra. Otherwise, I'm gonna go with you. Contra what was Contra? It was 12th overall on IGN.
Mm-hmm.
That is classic. What was Castlevania? Do you recall?
I do not.
I can find it. Castlevania was 19th, so 12 versus 19. No one in chat is sticking up for me, so you know the game's better. And I think it's going to have a very tough matchup against Mike Tyson. So Castlevania is moving on to the Elite Eight. All right. We're going to move on down to the Game Genie region. Legend of Zelda versus Kirby's Adventure. Kirby sucks. Legend Links.
Legend Links.
Legend Links. Kirby sucks. What do you think? I think
Legend of Zegend.
Could Kirby suck Zelda?
No, Kirby
the
can't.
Elite Eight.
Kirby will not suck Zelda. But Zelda is definitely better than Kirby's Adventure for sure.
Definitely. So
music and everything.
Oh, the music is great. Legend of Zelda is going on to the Elite Eight. where it'll face the winner of Super Mario
Oh,
Brothers
God.
2 versus Castlevania 3. So Castlevania 1 already advanced.
This is
Now, yeah, this is what
this
it's all
is-
about.
wow.
Yep. So, do you want to throw
Okay.
a tournament at somebody or whip them with? And don't forget about your prize-winning trip to Transylvania.
Yeah. Gosh, this is so tough. But again, I'm gonna have to go with my enjoyment, and I'm gonna have to go with Castlevania 3.
Is this all about you, sir?
Well, you want me to
No, I'm kidding. I actually didn't think that was. I actually didn't think that was very
Oh, no.
close. I like Castlevania 3 much better. So to me, that was like a 10 to 15 point win. So Castlevania 3 versus Legend of Zelda. That could be a final in this tournament. That's in the Elite Eight. All right, we are moving over to the right-hand side of the brackets for a Sweet 16 matchup of Mario Brothers versus Maniac Mansion. Uh-oh.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Uh-oh. What would Weird Ed say?
Weird Ed would kill you if you
Pixel Pixie with a Manic Mansion. Get out of here.
Pixel Pixie was help me pump Maniac
She-
Mansion.
Thank you, Pixie. Thank you for your support. But come on, it's got to be Mario 1.
I think
What do you
you're right. I think you're right. Oh God, as much as I love Maniac Mansion, I can't slight Super Mario Brothers. The first
Is Weird
one.
Ed? Is Weird Ed going home?
Weird Ed's gonna yell at the purple tentacle.
Are you microwaving his hamster?
I would love to microwave. Yes, I'm gonna microwave his hamster. I'm gonna give him the bits, and
Oh,
he's gonna kill me.
Manic Mansion. Goodbye. Okay. The Elite Eight has Super Mario Brothers 1 and Final Fantasy versus Mega Man 2.
Ooh.
Crotchel blasting. This is tough. Both great music, both great games.
Mhm.
I'm leaning Mega Man 2. Where's your head at?
All right, so I love the Final Fantasy series, but it doesn't really start getting good until Final Fantasy 3, in my opinion. So I'm gonna have to go. If Final Fantasy 3 was in that spot, it would be different. But as it is, well, again, Final Fantasy 3 was on Super Nintendo, so that wouldn't matter anyway.
Which is
So,
another tournament for another day. We definitely will do Super Nintendo.
yes. Alrighty. So
Mega Man 2.
Mega Man 2.
Crotchel's Revenge. That sets up
It's
Mega
Mega Man
Man
3.
2. Mega Man 2 versus Mario Brothers 1. Oh, that's a great matchup. And then we're going down to the Konami Code region. Oh, here we go. Here's the actual Crotchel's Revenge.
Yeah.
Mega Man 3. Can Mega Man 3 shoot Mario in the crotch? This is an
Man.
interesting matchup. It's close. I'm giving the edge to Mario 3.
Yes, as much as I think it's Crotchel's Revenge is hilarious now that we've made that a thing. There's not a whole lot that can hold a candle to Super Mario 3. So Super Mario 3 moves on, in my opinion.
So are you saying there's a chance?
Yeah, Crotchel's Revenge might have missed. Yeah.
And seriously, he would just hit it with his tail anyway. Mario would knock that shot right out of here.
And besides, Mario's crotch is a lot tougher place to hit than tall Longlegs robots.
His crotch is basically non-existent. With those overalls, you can't even find what's going on down there. So I think Mario 3 is safe moving on to the next round. We have Metal Gear versus Metroid. This is tough.
All right. Well,
What are you going
putting
to do?
all the subjectiveness aside, you have to give it to Metroid.
Yes, I agree. So Metroid's going to sneak right past Metal Gear.
Yep.
Is
Is
Kyle
that
Reese going home
Not going to alert the guards and going to sneak right past.
with a little exclamation mark?
Yep. Kyle Reese is going back to 2000. I don't know what year it was. I think we're past that year now, aren't we?
Oh my gosh. Metroid versus Super Mario 3 in the Elite Eight. All right. We have the final 8 games. Let me just go over them real quick. Super Mario 3 versus Metroid. Mega Man 2 versus Super Mario Brothers 1. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out versus Castlevania. And Castlevania 3 versus Legend of Zelda. Let's start up top on the left. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out versus
Cream of the
Castlevania
crop.
1. These
Ooh.
are legit epic games.
Mhm.
What are we going to do?
Well, man, I had already had it in my head that Mike Tyson's Punch-Out to me is one of the greatest games on the NES. And considering the fact that I like Castlevania 3 more than the original Castlevania, I'm going to have to give it to Mike Tyson's Punch-Out.
Mike Tyson's Punch-Out with the knockout.
No shirts.
Yeah, a lot of these games. I'm noticing a theme here. We should have, next time we do this tournament, we will have to take our shirts off if Twitch will allow it. Okay, so Mike Tyson's Punch-Out is on to the final four. There you see it.
Yeah.
We have Legend of Zelda.
Golly,
Oh my
man,
gosh, I know.
This is ridiculous.
This is why we do this. Legend of Zelda versus Castlevania 3.
All right,
Epic,
well-
epic matchup. This is a final in any other tournament. Like, these are two of the greatest games of all time.
Yeah, so
Who's going on to the final four?
at this point, there's no losers at this point. All
Yeah,
these games
Very
are
happy to be there.
Yep, are fantastic games. But we have to pick one to move on, and how can you not pick Legend of Zelda? Legend of Zelda is just that good. As good as Castlevania 3 is, it's not beating Legend of Zelda.
Yep, I agree with you. Legend of Zelda is in the final four. Dude, look at this matchup. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out
Wow.
versus Legend of Zelda. Wow. All right, so we are on the left-hand side of the bracket. We have Super Mario Brothers 1 versus Mega Man 2. Ugh.
That's a tough one too. Wow.
I think, this is so tough.
Mm-hmm.
These are definitely, like, Mega Man 2 was ranked 6th by IGN. Mario Brothers 3 was ranked 3rd. So 2 of the 6 best Nintendo games of all time. I kind of was leaning towards Mega Man 2 just to get a different game other than Mario in the final four. But Mario Brothers is a legendary game. It's epic. So it's like, how do you decide?
So Super Mario Bros. 2 is a legend. It's a watershed game. It's a cornerstone of what we know as Nintendo. But if you just take a snapshot of it without the history and everything and just look at the game itself, is it better and more fun than Mega Man 2? And if I, gun to my head, I have to say I think Mega Man 2 is more fun than Super Mario Brothers.
That is like the thinnest like margin between these two games. This would be like a triple overtime.
Yeah.
Like Mega Man 2 wins it with a 3-pointer at the buzzer.
This is just, we're being super nitpicky now, and a lot of subjectivity is coming into our decisions here.
So the first number 1 seed to go home, Super Mario Brothers 1. Thanks for coming. Mega Man 2 is in the final four. All right, one more matchup in the Elite 8.
It's like Wichita State. I don't think we have a Wichita State.
Super Mario 3 versus Metroid. Wow.
That's another really tough one there. Man, you really made that font small there.
Yeah, look how tiny it is.
All right.
How dare you? That is normal size font, sir.
All right. So, wow, Metroid, great game. Would play it any day of the week. You're making it bigger. But is it better than Super Mario Brothers 3? One of the best games ever made. Nintendo's R&D3's love child, passion project to the fans of Mario and video games in general. Is it better? I think you need to make it bigger. Okay, never mind. But, no, I don't think it's better. I think Super Mario Bros. 3 still beats out Metroid by a very noticeable margin.
Yeah, I would say definitely probably about a 10-point game, but Metroid, solid effort. They made it all the way to the Elite 8.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for coming. They took off their helmet and it's a woman. You were surprised, but Mario 3 knocked her out of the park.
Mhm.
We're down to the final four, people. These are
I
the four
Picked the
greatest.
wrong one. You
Uh-oh. Did you? You caught it. Okay. Wouldn't that have been funny if I
Yeah.
just put through the wrong game and nobody says anything? Well,
Yeah.
I guess Metroid was going to win the whole thing. Whoops. Sorry.
Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so the final four. These are, according to us, these are the four greatest Nintendo games of all time. How are we going to decide, people? Mike Tyson's Punch Out versus Legend of Zelda on the left.
All right.
Mega Man 2 versus Super Mario Brothers 3.
Does everyone agree? Does anyone have any complaints? So we got any activity
chat.
in our chat there?
It's a good point, chat. Are these the four greatest Nintendo games of all time? Let us know if we screwed up. But
how do we do?
I think we did a solid job. These are
Took a long time, guys. You have no idea how long we spent before we went live and started doing this. How long we spent collecting games, voting on them, talking about
hours
them.
and hours of data collecting.
But this is it right here. This is the final four.
We are here. We made it, people. Let's start on the left. Mike Tyson's Punch Out versus Legend of Zelda. Two of the greatest games. You're getting angry, guys. Maestro's getting mad.
I want them all to win. Why
Maestro,
can't we make them all win?
Maestro, what are we going to do? This is it. It doesn't get any tougher than this. These are two of the greatest games of all time. Two of the most popular games of all time. I guess let's do them some justice and let's look at the rankings real quick. Legend of Zelda, IGN's top 100, second overall. 9 out of 10 on computer and video games. So that is super impressive.
The European version again. You got the European box art.
It was slightly classier than the American version, so that's why I went with that.
Like you have the excuse ready.
And then IGN's top 100, Mike Tyson's Punch Out came in 7th. Computer and video games gave it a 94%. This is super tough. These are two of the greatest games of all time. Who do you say, sir, is moving on to the championship?
Well, this is really tough because I love me some Punch Out. I do think it's probably deserving of its placement right here.
He's punching and punching. He is always punching.
But is it better than The Legend of Zelda? The Legend of Zelda, might I add. And taking into account objectively what both of these games have to offer. Legend of Zelda, an immersive quest, gathering intelligence, fighting your way through monsters, collecting upgrades, different weapons, and then after you beating the game, being able to do it all again, and everything is different. Yes, Mike Tyson's Punch Out is fantastic. The mechanics are unique. The challenge is real. The replay value is fantastic to see if you could beat your times. But it just doesn't have all that The Legend of Zelda has. It doesn't have the legacy. It doesn't have yes, it does have some sequels, but man, not like Zelda. So I'm gonna have to give the victory. You know what? I'm gonna have to give the victory by a not close margin here to Legend of Zelda.
Legend of Zelda with the knockout. Chat, let us know if you disagree. I'm also thinking it's dangerous out there.
You can't
go alone. I'm also going to pick Zelda. So Zelda is in the championship. Who will it be facing? Mega Man 2 or Super Mario Brothers 3? Why don't you talk about this matchup?
Okay, well, this is another very, very difficult matchup. A lot of people think Mega Man 2 is the best Mega Man. Man, you got some beat up box art. I just noticed that the top corners are kind of messed up.
It's been played so much. The box is destroyed.
Yep, you can tell how Mega Man 2 fought its way all the way to the final four here. It's banged up. Mega Man's missing his targets. Mega Man's kind of tired. It battled all the way through. Mega Man is a fantastic game, but can it beat the juggernaut that is Super Mario Bros. Look at this box art. It's pristine. It's clean. Super Mario Bros. 3, like I said before, really was a passion project by Nintendo. for the fans, and they delivered hard on this game. And I look, I'm
He's
speechless. I
speechless.
just
He's
can't pick-
speechless.
yeah.
I've never heard Blastin' Maestro speechless. So let me weigh in. I'm gonna say this is an epic battle. This is a great game, a great matchup between these two great games. I'm gonna give it to Super Mario Brothers 3, but it's tough. My vote is Mario 3.
I agree. Super Mario Bros. 3 into the championship game.
We have Pixel Pixie weighing in. Super Mario 3.
Thank you very much, Pixel Pixie. Welcome back.
You agreed with us. So Mario 3 is moving on to the championship. And people, I'm not going to say I'm surprised because these are two games that I thought had a chance to make it to the finals.
Mm-hmm.
And we're here. Super Mario Brothers 3, Legend of Zelda. What is the greatest Nintendo game of all time?
Man, oh man. Do we have any more input? Pixel Pixie, got any more input? Is it Super Mario Bros. 3?
Legend of Zelda versus Super Mario Brothers 3. What are we going to do?
Fused Wizard, any input? You still there?
What are we going to do?
All right. So you've played both these games, right? Yep. Pixel
Yes.
Pixie said that this is tough. This is a tough one. This is a really tough one. This is a toughie. All right. So have you described your memories of these two games here? Which ones you've played? Which ones?
Yes.
Which
So
ones?
I played both of these games a lot and I had a blast with them. They're obviously they're very different kinds of games. I think that Super Mario Brothers 3 is by far the most fun I had as a child playing a video game. Like it was fun. Legend of Zelda is deeper and there's more going on. And so if you're looking for more of a challenge in that way versus more fun. So for me as a child, I had more fun with Super Mario Brothers 3 and that is going to be my vote.
All right. So this is what I think. And you guys in the chat, you can say that I'm full of BS or that I'm spot on. And I might be right along line with a J here. Both of these games are masterpieces, in my opinion. But which game was more immediately accessible to a kid playing it for the first time? We can all look back now and say, gosh, Zelda was just so good. But we have the luxury of kind of knowing what to do when we got stuck in that game. Whereas when you're a kid, like I detailed before, sometimes you got stuck and you didn't know what to do. In Super Mario Bros. 3, that wasn't a problem. You could pick up and just play that game right from the hop, right from the get-go, and immediately have fun. The challenge didn't seem unfair. You felt like you were in control. You didn't feel like you were stuck. You knew where to go. You couldn't get stuck in a Mario game. You just run through the level and you beat the level. And there's a lot of different ways of warping around, a lot of different power-ups. Zelda is an epic adventure, no mistaking about that. But is it a game that can frustrate you if you're not sure what to do? Yeah, I think so. Is it still a masterpiece? Yes. But looking back at it now, as opposed to in the moment when it came out, I agree with you. I think Super Mario Bros. 3 was more immediately fun to play, to pick up and play and have fun than The Legend of Zelda. And it breaks my heart to say bad things about, and I'm not really saying anything bad about Legend of Zelda. And it really tugs at my heartstrings to really say anything disparaging. But
Are you crying? I want to see if
yeah,
is there any
you can
tears?
see back there how much I really like. God, I can't. Right,
Don't
back
go
behind you
alone.
there.
Don't go alone, Maestro. You're not alone. You've got the chat. You've got us. We are with you.
Just need the wooden sword. I have a wooden sword back over there too. It's in the corner, so I'm not alone.
But I can hear where you're going.
Yep,
so let's do it.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna agree with you. Super Mario Bros. 3 is the greatest NES game of all time.
Yes, we did it, people. I've got goosebumps. It took us a long time. It took us weeks of setting up the tournament. It took us almost 4 hours to set this up and finalize it. But Super Mario Brothers 3, according to us and according to you, the chat, is the greatest Nintendo game of all time. Congratulations, Super Mario Brothers 3. It is well deserved. Pixel Pixie in chat loves it. She was in on Mario 3. I just want to say, Maestro, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for helping us determine the greatest game of all time. Absolutely. I want to thank the chat, everybody that chimed in. Some that I remember: Fuse Wizard 47, Pixel Pixie. Thank you so much for watching and supporting the channel. We will be back soon with more tournaments, so stay tuned. Maestro, any final words?
Guys, thank you so much for showing up. Fuse Wizard, Pixel Pixie. We love having people in chat. We need some input. Otherwise, it's just two, kids from the 80s kind of going back and forth, and sometimes we get off the rails. So we definitely appreciate you supporting us and being here. We'll be back again. You could drop us some, I don't know, emails, links, suggestions of things, shows you'd like us to do again, things you like that we're doing, things suggestions for things for us to do better. We're just kind of starting out with this. We're throwing ourselves into this. We think we can do really good. We appreciate your support immensely.
Very well said, Maestro. Thank you very much. You are a gentleman and a scholar. How would you rate our show today? How do you think we did?
I think our shows are getting better and better as we're going on. We're a bit more loose. We're a bit more, having fun, a lot less analytical. I know the first show that we did that I don't think we broadcasted, I was very analytical. I was going through, in Japan, and it was very, I did some of that, but I didn't want that to be the entirety. I wanted to have more fun with this. And that's how I think a nice blend of, there's a lot of channels out there, a lot of streamers that really get in depth at these games, but we want to bring an everyday sort of layman perspective on these. The guys that have had experience with these games, I might have had more experience than most, but we want to bring a outside looking in perspective and more in line with you guys out there, just generalized fans. And so we're doing that. We're having fun with it. We like to play ball with you back and forth, and we're going to continue doing this because we think it's a lot of fun.
Definitely. So make sure to follow us on Twitter at Pop Culture Play and suggest what you'd like to see in our next tournament. And for Blast and Maestro, I want to say goodbye and thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
Stay groovy.
Sinclair gave us an 8 out of 10, by the way.
Woohoo! Sinclair, above the Sinclair line. We like.
Bye, everybody.
See you guys.